Welcome to the Varsity and Esports STEM League, where high school students can compete in video games and STEM pathways, allowing them to win prizes and build life-changing opportunities. VESL helps guide students towards discovering their career pathways in and after high school by engaging them in fun, competitive competitions that build real-life skills such as problem-solving, teamwork, and accountability. VESL began just 2 years ago with a handful of Charlotte-Mecklenburg schools. Now, VESL is supported by the entire state with over 200 schools and 3,000 active students. With no expensive requirements to participate, VESL makes itself the most accessible esports and STEM league in North Carolina. The league is even accessible to students who only have access to a phone through our Not Work platform. Students interested in esports will have the chance to compete against other schools across the state, showcasing their skills during a 7-week regular season leading into regional playoffs and a state championship. This fall season will offer Rocket League, Overwatch 2, College Football 25, and Super Smash Bros. In a season-long competition. Not interested in those game titles? Well, no worries. We have all sorts of exciting tournaments and casual game nights happening throughout the season as well, featuring over 30 game titles. Registration for the fall 2024 season is now open and will close on September 20th. Seeding for teams will also take place on September 23rd, and the regular season begins on September 30th. The season will end with the state championship taking place later in the fall. VESL will share more details soon as we get closer to the main event. On top of all that, we present the VESL Yearly Cup. With a focus on players' versatility and adaptability, VYC features 8 standout esports titles that form an integrated competition lasting the entire school year. This fall 2024 season's VYC features Apex, Valorant, Fall Guys, and Brawlhalla. Each game will impact the overall rankings with a cumulative scoring system determining the final top 3 performers at the end of the school year. We will also be holding several events prior to the official league season, including our Super Smash Bros. Draft Clash and Fortnite. Keep a lookout on socials for more details to come about VYC. VESL also offers a STEM league geared towards teaching students valuable skills and rewarding them for their achievements. STEM players compete during a regular season in various topics rotated through an 8-week schedule, giving students valuable exposure to STEM fields like engineering, agri-tech, game development, and more. Competitions are broken into bite-sized, self-paced challenges where students learn real-world skills and tackle challenges in a flexible time frame. All of this supported by online resources and guidance from our STEM coaches. Players earn rewards upon completing competitions, with each student participating individually and contributing to their school's overall performance. Teams compete against other high schools across North Carolina, with top performing teams advancing through the season to an in-person championship where teams can earn some awesome prizes. The STEM season will begin on September 26th and run through November 21st. Registration is now accessible through our new learning social platform, NotWork. NotWork is an innovative platform that leverages technology to meet high school students where they are and takes them where they want to be. This includes an all-in-one location for leaderboards and stats throughout our competitive season, innovative ways to connect with STEM, and much, much more. Once students have grown in their network by interacting in the social experience, they can earn a chance to access a brand new experience coming soon to the NotWork app. Representatives from VESL will connect with students and teachers to help with registration and answer questions about the season. We're excited about everything new and are thrilled to make this the best VESL season yet. Welcome to the Varsity. The day is here. We're here for the VESL Duo Cup featuring Fortnite. And of course, we got 2 incredible people breaking down the action. If I do say so myself, it's Life with Panda and Ben K_live, the duo that you have been waiting for until this very moment. Yes, that is true, because we've been live for a few minutes and now you get to see our faces. So welcome. Hope you're doing well. But we are excited to get into the games today. We've done 6 games yesterday. We got another 6 today. And you may be wondering, why does it say day 3? Well, this has been a 3-day event. If you didn't know, Friday was the qualifying day. And then Saturday and Sunday are a 2-day grand finals for the ages. And it has been a ton of fun. Ben, talk to me about your thoughts here from day 1 of the finals.
Yeah, I mean, of course, right? 3-day format. Yesterday started to heat up with some of the action. First 6 games, of course. Things will be very different today, but we saw some main characters start to emerge, right?
Yes,
Immediately
absolutely.
coming to mind, 3 separate duos that I think are really in the running today to try and run away make those adjustments to show out in the last day of competition in our final 6 games? We'll have to wait and see.
That we will. Playing out here for the day, but the top 5 is looking hungry and ready as ever to potentially walk away with their share of that $3,000 prizing. And I can't wait to get into game number 1. We are just moments away here, folks, from diving in on this day and getting all the students loaded up and ready to go. But you may be wondering, what is VESL? Well, it's the Varsity Esports and STEM League here in North Carolina. And this is by design set up for North Carolina high school students to sign up and compete in incredible offerings across the state. Now, this is not just esports. We have a STEM division as well. And my guy, Ben, right here, is a studied engineer and STEM Academy graduate. So talk to me about some of your thoughts here on the programs that we've been able to put into place and some of the things we were able to review over the last few semesters.
No, I mean, of course, right? VESL bringing the best of both worlds. Obviously, my true love, where I'm currently the most active in, is that gaming world, right? It's been an ever-present thing in my life throughout my education and now into my adulthood. But, of course, growing up, being in STEM, realizing it's a way for me to find that outlet for that creativity, right? That critical thinking mind to try and build something, create something, get hands-on and actually create something from start to finish, right? And VESL has been a great job being able to bring those skills together because they complement each other, right? Not just within gaming, but also into STEM. They build on each other. You want to make sure that you're able to analyze, think critically, and apply yourself no matter what you're doing.
I couldn't agree more, but we got to get into the topic of day 3, right? For all of you at home, you may be wondering, how is this day going to be any different than yesterday? Well, you see the gold border and the gold lights. It's because it's drastically different than what we saw yesterday, folks. We have a 1.5 times point multiplier from the points that we had yesterday, meaning that all the points today are worth way, way more. Meaning that, hey, listen, you may have had a good day 1, but unless you do that same stuff day 2, you could see yourself falling out of one of those top spots. And now I will say this, and I am excited. I'm very excited for this. We have an incredible run for the top 5, which is great. But you might be thinking, if you're like bottom half of the leaderboard, oh, but like maybe I don't even have a chance. Like, what am I doing? Don't even worry, because we got you set up with a per win bonus. That is right. Every single win today, the team that ends up winning the game ends up walking away with $100 in their pocket. So that is incredible benefit here to keep going through these games and compete here on the final day.
No, I mean, we saw some repeat winners through the competition yesterday, but of course today we see a lot of players that are in that top 5 that haven't got us themselves a victory royale yet. So they're definitely in contention, consistently making it into that end game scenario. Eventually, you're due for a pop-off, and even at the end of the day, if you fall out of the top 5, or maybe you finish even first place, if you can take that extra $100 home, it's just icing on the cake.
It absolutely is. And listen, I'm going to be honest, it's pretty easy to win a game. I can't lie. If you play for the win, it is actually not as difficult as you think. So we'll see some players probably shifting their mindset and shifting the way they play today a little bit. But we're also going to see, if I had to guess, some players hitting that W key yet again. Because that was exactly what we saw yesterday. It was a lot of what we saw yesterday were these teams that were going and just fighting everybody that they could. I mean, especially you saw Void there up at the top of the leaderboard.
Oh, yeah.
Like we talked about before, 72 eliminations, that doesn't come naturally, right?
No.
Like you have to absolutely just run from fight to fight and clean up those fights quickly, because if you have 72 eliminations, right, in 6 games, you're averaging more than 10 eliminations per game.
Yeah.
Like that is just insane to think about. That is not a normal number or a normal feat.
No, and I think that duo specifically was basically going into 6th zone every single game, which there's 12 zones. So 6th zone being that halfway point. they already had 10 eliminations almost every single game by the time the 6th zone rolled around, which at that point, if you've already got the points on the board, you've secured, at least yesterday, that being 20 points. Just kind of roll it out. At that point, you don't have to worry about keying. You don't have to do anything risky. You've got all the possible loot that you could be looking for. Your mats are capped out. You maybe visited a bunker. You've got the attachments you need. And then from there, box up, sit around, wait until moving zones. And then from there, that's when you make the play for the win. And for them today, they've got that solid lead established. So maybe we'll see that game plan change up from them. But all things considered, all the points are going up today. 2 points per elimination to 3 points. If they keep doing that strategy, they can do some crazy stuff on the leaderboard.
Yeah, you're definitely right. We'll have to wait and see how these teams can actually end up playing out these final games. But we talked about a lot of different stuff going on. And if you were there just moments before we started, you might have seen what VESL is all about. Well, one thing that we do at VESL is we do a ranking, if you will, of drop spots. Where in that ranking, most recently, we had Reckless Railways, one of our content pieces that just came out. If you had to pick a POI on the map to look at first, right, in this game number 1, what would it be?
I want to say the raft, but from what we saw yesterday, it was completely uncontested with arguably, I don't even think arguably, the best drop spot on the map right now being the raft. Having that uncontested is pretty crazy in itself, with VESL Force, I believe, being the duo to secure it game after game. But if I have to watch something off spawn this game, it's got to be Reckless Railways. Again, I mean, like, we have consistent contestation, or even the Roost up in the top left of the map as well. Still those off spawn fights, and they come fast.
Yeah, you know what? Listen, they do show up fast. So let's get into game number 1 here. And hopefully our observers can take care of us and get us over there to either Rebel Roost or Reckless Railway.
Drop it into game number 1. First match of the day. So a warm-up might be needed. Hopefully some of these players are able to put some time in before they hopped onto the battle bus. But if this is at least your warm-up game, you need to get it going quickly, because we only got 5 more to go after this match. It is 1.5x points, so a lot more risk on the board and a lot more opportunity to make those big plays on the leaderboard. And we'll tune in with Doomstat. Relatively uncontested POI. You have AI roaming around, but we see Lags just going to get straight into the clock tower and get some of the first loot of this match.
The loot is there here as this game starts off strong. Curiously enough, we've seen a few players that have opted to play by themselves, whether their teammate unfortunately couldn't make day 2, or maybe a disconnect takes place. But Wait Lags just might be one of my favorite players to rock as a solo. We'll have to wait and see if they can make something happen here. Going out of there, but yep, the switch over to the raft is here as Emma Frost in Fortnite is taking some shots there at Olaf and VESL Force. And of course, you know, the NPC is not as hard as you may think to take out, so they should be able to clean that up quite nicely. Oh, and there it is. It should be, I was about to say, should be 1 or 2 shots away. And finally, Emma Frost is no more here at the raft. And again, speaking to what you said before, it is insane that they are not contested. Like, what is going on here?
It's a very splittable POI as well. We've seen on the world stage just POI being split by some of the best players in the world. But for Vaz and Olaf to have this POI fully uncontested, not to mention they have the river Styx, they have that dash water that they can go ahead and jump into to rotate out quickly, has been a real key to their success, right? They're maybe not inside the top 3, but they have some of the highest eliminations in this lobby. They're just having some issues staying consistent in those later zones. So if they could figure out that part of their game, they could really show out today. But another team that's sitting atop the tower right now, Scissors and Void, uncontested at the Castle of Doom. They were contested to start day number 1, but now day number 2 seems like they might be repeating here, as they have one duo inside the castle itself, kind of trying to lay low. I respect the strategy, because I would not want any part of this off spawn fight.
Yeah, definitely not something they want to find themselves in here at this point in the game, but they keep it moving, they keep it pushing, and looking at what they may find next. Could be the mythic weapon of their choice. Yep, and there it is. Immediately locking in the Doom items here, which honestly good for them. I'm curious, do you think they're going to take the medallion, or do you think they're just going to take the weapon?
It's got to be just the weapon. I mean, the medallion is not super useful coming out of the Castle of Doom. I believe the mythic from the Castle of Doom is going to be the Monarch pistol or the shotgun, if I'm not mistaken.
That's a good point. That's a very good point. So, looking at the Monarch and looking at what that weapon does, imagining a mythic variant is just scary.
Packs a punch.
There it is.
Bagwork Sam and Luke are straight in their bag. Immediately yesterday, we watched them heat up as we moved to the back half of games, and today they want to start strong. They don't want to have to really worry about warming up at any point. With only 6 games left, you need to kind of come out swinging. And Sam and Luke are chasing down Nick to try and find this second elimination. They already have one onto Jerry, at least the knock for the time being. Trying to go ahead and clean up that last player, though, as Nick rotating away. Sam in hot pursuit, using this Flowberry Fizz to hop over the top of the mountain, but with no shield and inventory, Nick will fall back to the lobby as Sam and Luke find their 3rd elimination.
Yeah, this is a good sign here for them. They didn't necessarily have the best day number 1, but day number 2 is going to be a turn for them for sure. But of course, we're going to tune in with our top team in the lobby. It's Void, it's Scissor, launching up, ready to go. They got the Flowberry Fizz in hand, and wow, this is going to be Sam and Luke going head-to-head against them in the early game. This is not a fight I was anticipating seeing, but definitely a fight I'm excited to watch.
This is going to be Scissor and Void's first engagement of the day, so we'll have to see if they came to play. Immediately getting piece control on the side wall. Scissor finds one, trying to look for the crack on that second player, and straight into the box instead. Nothing you can do when they pressure both sides of the box. Scissors and Void pick up 2 eliminations with ease.
Yeah, those 2 eliminations are huge for them as they added 2 more to the board. Remember, they had 72 eliminations yesterday. Yes, 72. That is a very real number, meaning they averaged over 10 eliminations per game. And it looks like they're going to continue to try to do that today as they put 2 more on the board as of now. But looking at the loadout, looking at the inventory, they have exactly everything they need to do it. Almost max material. They have a great loadout as far as weapons go and tons of heals. And with that Flowberry Fizz, they're going to be moving and grooving across this map. So very excited to see how aggressive they can be. And I'll be honest with you, I'm excited to see if a team can challenge them, because their fighting capabilities are just out of this world. And it seems like a lot of people struggle with the way that they play the game.
No, it's that team chemistry. These 2 do not slow down when it comes to fights. They know exactly what they need to do in every single engagement to quickly put pressure on boxes. Even if you try and expand and build out a tarp to give yourself some space to breathe, this duo is so quick to figure out where you are and put pressure on multiple angles. But Million Arc and Astro dealing with a similar issue here. We're trying to scout out to see if they can start a fight of their own, but instead take some shots from the distance. The Kaizlock, the one putting those shots down. Million Arc and Astro opting to rotate away. It's still very early in this game, so no need to really force any of these fights unless you're trying to look to get some early game engagements and early game eliminations. But Olaf and VASForce straight to it. Not slowing down from yesterday. They're the 2nd highest eliminations in this lobby. I think they had 58 or so coming into the day, just inside the top 5. So they have a lot of ground to make up. So this duo wants to try and find some early on. Alex Barnett up above. They have that high ground position to look down on this duo. Just causing some issues for now as Olaf and VASForce are bleeding shield.
Yeah, this is not looking good here for the duo. However, for Monk and Alex Barnett, they have the high ground and they have the advantage here. And this is a good fight for them to potentially win, because if they do win it, they should be able to get that burst. But, oh, man, that was a pretty even exchange. So both players going to have to play on the back foot just a little bit to heal up and fight another day.
Monk and Alex Barnett are doing a great job here fending off the aggression from VASForce and Olaf. They have this forecast tower just beneath them that Olaf and VASForce might be trying to contest them for. but at least holding this high ground position, they'll be able to maintain and control. And Olaf takes a big shot from Alex Barnett, who cleans things up. So that switches the tide now. It's a 1v2 situation. Olaf needing to clutch up here, down on the low ground. Sorry, Vaz Force. No shield left in inventory as this duo trying to put pressure on both sides of this wall. They have the confirm. They have the mythic assault rifle. They're trying to look for the second as well. But Void and Scissors still continuing their rampage, not slowing down for a moment. They found Million Arc and Astro.
Yeah, and you see the way the Void's building. He knows the game, right? He knows what he's doing. Big play coming out. He dropped a little too far, dropped back up, and bam, takes out Million Arc. That leaves one. So the 2v1 is on, and let's be honest, the 2v2, it can't even stop them. So we know how the 2v1 is going to go.
So quick. And again, talked about attacking from multiple angles. This duo, it's just rinse and repeat. Same strategy every engagement. They're not losing a single piece of shield throughout that fight. Even if they do, with Siphon now back into that ecosystem, they can really just full commit to these fights more and more. See more players starting to fall in the elimination feed there in the top left. Void and Scissors finding their 4th elimination already. A slower pace than what we're used to seeing from these two. But it is day 2 with half the games down, so most of these players are well aware they don't have a lot of time to keep making mistakes.
Yeah, so much still left to play here in this one, as this is only game 1 on the day, with 6 games in total being played today. Remember, this is a series of 12, and with day 2 being 1.5 times the points, there's a lot more on the line here today. So it's going to be big for these teams to try and negate some of the success that Void and his teammate have found.
Mailbox and Naples, they're sitting well here. We saw Mailbox make it into some endgame scenarios yesterday, needing to make some changes to that game plan, and they'll look to implement it here in game number 1 on day 2. They have a little bit better loot. Need to find some extra materials, but the duo comes flying in. That's going to be Scissors and company. They're straight on top of the box. Mailbox taking a lot of HP damage here. Void straight top down. Full piece control from above. Into the box to follow up the try and finish that fight, but both players are still alive. Naples catches the wrong edit there with the piece control, and then from there, Void straight to the low ground, finds Mailbox, trying to heal back up. Without a moment of hesitation, this duo makes quick work.
I don't even know what to say. This is very much, it seems like when this duo is fighting you, it's very much a one-sided fight. And I know there's other teams in here that can take them out. And even some of the teams they've probably taken out today could have taken them out. But it's a confidence thing. And their confidence in this lobby is just oozing. And you can see them just taking on whatever engagement they want. They at no point do they feel threatened. And I think that's the change that we need to see. One of these teams really needs to catch them off guard. Like Void right now. He's in the air, right? Takes if a team sees him, takes some shots, pop, pop, pop. Totally different ball game.
We've seen so many players be able to slow them down, but if you aren't able to identify them before they close that distance, they're just so confident when it comes to box fighting. In Marvel's Tokyo, in Kai's Lock, they're trying to get a little bit PC here. Box fighting on the edge of the zone near Brawler's Battleground. Slowing things down with some of these armored walls. But again, controlling the surrounding area. Big Steppa on the back foot. Trash is good. Trying to hold on to that top 5 position. Just cycling these armored walls down to force them to take awkward angles. This duo is taking their time, though. They are on edge zone, so really not too worried about a third party. Armored walls continue to come out as Renz shuts down another attempt to try and make this duo get uncomfortable.
Okay, Big Steppa. How many more armored walls you got? All right.
At least one more.
Yep, it looks like he's got 17. Oh, well.
Not enough.
Trash is good has used his last one, but Big Steppa does at least have one more in the inventory, so we could see some play. Oh, no. Bit of a misplay here coming out of Trash is good. He's going to have to get back up with his teammate, and sure enough, he does, but this team is on the hunt. If we're honest, though, Trash is Good's team was one of the stronger fighters there on day number 1. So realistically, I wouldn't be surprised if we see this team just show up and taking home the day.
When it comes down to it, confidence is key, and a lot of the times you don't want to be the player to drop on that wall and try and take it just in fear of getting full boxed or caught out and take a big shot from a duo opening a wide edit. But sometimes you just have to go for it, and this duo is really just trying to play it completely safe and really finding their equal match, having no openings and no damage dealt on either side. Just a lot of materials and armored walls expended. Kaislock and Marvel's Tokyo decided I think they've had enough. Just looking to rotate out. Maybe they hear some shots in the distance. A third-party opportunity. They'll look down to at least see where they're rotating towards. They have this launch pad on top of the hill, so they have a simple rotate. But again, they're not committing to anything quite yet. It's still game number 1 of the day.
Yeah, and that's kind of how you have to play this, right? If you played strong yesterday, great. But remember, after day 1, people have the opportunity to go in the game, revisit the way they played, look for any issues in the game plan, and readjust, right? And so game 1 on day 2 is always about adjusting to the readjustments, right? So how teams go different directions, right? So like Marvel, Tokyo, Kaislock, we don't typically see them going too far over this way, right? We've seen them more engagements going straight north. So to see them up on top of Mount Olympus is actually a really smart play. I like this adjustment from them, and hopefully we see more of that coming soon.
I like this positioning. They've taken a really great spot here on top of this mountain near Mount Olympus, the highest point on the island. Give them a great view of the surrounding area. I think realizing that there's not a single duo in sight, they'll be able to just grab some scraps from some of these outskirts, ruined buildings. Maybe a chest or two. Maybe they can find an extra mini or some chug splashes.
Oh, he was speeding, man.
Yeah, someone needs to tell him to slow down.
I know. If you didn't hear, I actually was giving him a car noise before, but that was just an electric vehicle. Yeah, when he started sliding, it was EV. Then I switched to gas.
Yeah. You know about those EVs, so.
I do live the EV life, chat. It is a great one. And, you know, listen, did you see that they put the Cybertruck in Fortnite? Isn't that nuts?
It did.
It's crazy.
I want one.
In Fortnite?
Both.
Me too. Big Steppa, though. He wants the win. That's what he wants. And he has found himself still alive in this game. But now, one of the most talked about duos on the weekend. It's 250 AIM and Saturn. Saturn, I've had the pleasure to have a conversation with. We did a content piece last season, believe it or not, with Ken Beans.
Ooh.
A phenomenal influencer in the Fortnite space. And he was, honestly, he was a really cool dude, level-headed, and played the game extremely, extremely well. So shout out to Saturn here in this situation, but let's lock in here as him and 250 AIM are getting ready to play for the remainder of the game.
I think they're kind of setting up a little bit for this bunker maybe close by. They're playing very reservist for 250 AIM. Is something we're not used to seeing. This duo racking up solid number of eliminations game after game, but consistently making it into the end game, finding themselves 2 victory royales on the day yesterday. Gonna be looking for some more today. Trash is good. Big step of Renz. Saw them taking that wide swing rotate. Now they're into center zone as 6 zone pulls directly for them. That half and half zone, the infamous half and half zone, as we'll have extra space available. Here is Marvel's Tokyo still trying to hold on to these roofs. Void still pressuring down. Again, with no SMG in inventory and only the burst assault rifle, it's difficult sometimes to find these pieces.
The difficulty in finding the control in a fight like this is definitely high, especially with the way that the elevation is set. But it looks like Void and Scissor are going to continue to take this fight. We have seen Marvel Tokyo and Kaislok be very, very aggressive, but this is the wrong team to find yourself aggressing, as he's in the box and immediately takes out Kaislok, leaving Marvel's Tokyo as a solo. But as I say that, he goes down on the feet as well, as Scissor ends up picking him up.
Not able to cover up for the time being, caught out in the open. That AR aim is just too strong from Scissors. They find their 11th elimination, and I talked about it in the pre-show. This duo finding double-digit eliminations before 6th zone, and take a look bottom right. It's 6th zone, and they're already on 11.
You know, I'm going to be honest with you. Void and Scissors' Fortnite run reminds me is very reminiscent of the infamous run by Reed and Parmesan in Rocket League. Those two are phenomenal Rocket League players. And it kind of reminds you of that. It's just so dominant, so strong. Shout out to Reed and Parmesan for being just the exceptional humans that they are. But
whoa.
Oh no, this is a problem. When I talk about them being dominant, all of a sudden they're starting to struggle, have some problems here. As Scissor takes a lot of damage. Void also taking a ton of damage as well. This is not looking good here, folks, as Scissor is going to go ahead and heal up with the med kit. It does look like Flicks and his teammate are just going to allow it to happen. What are we doing, guys? Get in the box.
They had the first place duo on the back foot for the time being. Both players under 50 HP. They just gave them the opportunity to fully heal back up. So now this duo will try and look to reposition, but at least push them away. They decided they bit off more than they could chew. Something you're not going to see very much today. Scissors and Void running away from a fight.
Yeah, I'm genuinely not surprised by what's going on here, but this is definitely a good game nonetheless. As we continue this one on, though, looks like we got a lot of teams rotating here in the bottom mini map. This is going to be a beautiful end game, and I can't wait to see what team might be coming out on top. But speaking of teams, it's one of your favorite teams from day one, 250 AIM and Saturn, doing a great job taking out Talk Tua Episode 2, which following yesterday's games, Ben and I took a moment and listened to a bit of Talk Tua Episode 2.
About 30 seconds.
Well, that was a bit.
It was a bit. Thriving from a high ground, but they're having trouble in game number 1. RSL Flicks and Mints have fully recovered from that fight with Void and now have to find their own way into this zone. It's going to be a little bit of a 5-tick going on right now. Mint's taking a lot of storm damage with only bandages in inventory. It's not something you're going to be able to out-heal, as it will transition to an 8-tick. As soon as this closes, that Fizz is not going to save you. Only 2 ticks left. Mint's not making it into this zone. You have to respect the storm. RSL Flicks just on the edge of things. It's now going to be an 8-tick. Still not in. 5 HP. Barely going to make it happen.
If you saw my face in that moment, you would know how I felt in that scene, right? Like, Flicks was risking it all for the half pot in the storm.
Yeah, I don't know. Not exactly my choice. I'm gonna be honest with you.
It was a scary shot, but no, we switch back over to another scary shot there from Void and Scissor as they pick up their 37th elimination of the. Oh, my apologies. I did not read that correctly. That is 13 eliminations. 13. That was close though.
Say 37, and I'd leave the cast. I'd go home. I'll go hop back right on my plane and leave. They might as well just take the trophy. There's no point in us being here at that point.
For real, it really is just a dramatic difference. But here we go. Saturn 250 AIM on the high ground. This is looking like this could be their game to win. Remember, they won 2 games on the day yesterday, almost winning 3, if I'm being honest. So they are the strongest contender to go head-to-head against Void and Scissor. Another team, though, that has been doing well and is in the top of the leaderboard. It is Trash is Good and Big Steppa. They are, effectively, those 3 teams are top 3, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, or at least all scattered throughout the top 5.
Yeah.
Void and Scissors, they find that 13th elimination and have now tried to flip the switch just a little bit, turn it down for just a moment. As we get into this first moving zone, they can realize that height is already established. 250 AIM and company liking to play that early high ground. So Sinister, Void, and Scissors will have to try and adapt to that and force to play their game rather than their own strategy. They're looking to elevate nicely, use some of this extra metal before popping their own Flowberry Fizz to rotate over. Ren's on the front side of this zone. We have Zach FN and I Miss Ramadan also lurking on the back end of things. They're catching up. They have 4 eliminations. They're trying to use this Flowberry Fizz to make it towards this side of zone. But again, they're hugging that right end, trying to hope that the players that have already made their way in aren't going to look over too much. Don't want to draw too much attention. But Void and Scissors made their move. 250 aim now knocked. Saturn having to clutch up in the 1v2 situation. Void and Scissors, they're going to recognize those names in the elimination feed, and they're looking for the full wipe. They find the confirm on 250 aim. Saturn dropping down to the low ground, but Scissors chasing him down. We see another team drop down. Saturn and Void will fall.
This is huge here, folks, as Void and Scissor are looking to win this game, but Zach and I Miss Ramadan, aka Cold, are looking and hunting for the opportunity to continue throughout the leaderboard. But this is going to be a tough fight. High ground versus low ground. Which one will come out on top?
And I Miss Ramadan, they're holding this layer. They're trying to cut off that low ground position to look down from the front side of this zone. Scissors and Void using as many armored pieces as they possibly can to fortify their high ground position, while the mid ground is brawling, taking a lot of damage here. I Miss Ramadan, they finally get that crucial impact frag, but I Miss Ramadan stuck in the cone. Not a single opportunity to make it into this zone, so Zach FN left to try and clutch up. Now it's a 2v2 situation. Void and Scissors up on this high ground spot with Trash is good just below. They're trying to fortify their position using these metal builds. Void and Scissors, 18 eliminations. If they take out both, they will drop the 20 bomb.
And this is absurd. Could we see 20+ eliminations here in the first game of the day? This is just insane. But here we go. Trash is good, holding it down, doing a great job of controlling this layer, as it looks like Void is going to drop down to take the fight and force the fight, definitely leaving his teammate to create a bit of separation and potentially go on for a little bit of a heal off here. But if Void has anything to say about it, he's just going to continue to try and win this one out. Now, though, looks like low ground is fortifying themselves too. They've got the armored walls. However, we know armored walls can be a bit of a tricky situation if you put yourself there, as you can end up locking yourself into Storm fairly easily, and that's the last place you want to find yourself, as Big Steppa takes a ton of damage. One goes down. Can Void clean it up? And he does. Void and Scissor, our first place team, walk away in day number 2 of the grand finals with the first win, Ben.
It's not just the first win. Game 1 with the Victory Royale and the 20 bomb. You talk about starting hot. You can't come out stronger than that.
No, you absolutely cannot. And honestly, that's what you love to see. Just a phenomenal start to the day. But genuinely, the question is, can they be stopped? This is the Peter Bot and Pollo of the VESL community.
No, it really is. I mean, the momentum and the confidence that you're going to build by coming out on day number 2 with a 1.5x multiplier by dropping the 20 bomb, they couldn't be in a better position to win the whole thing.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, folks, do not go anywhere. We're going to go on a quick break, but when we're back, we're going to get right into game number 2.
Right there in the middle. Hey! Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the North Carolina Varsity STEM State Championship! Let's go!
Manufacturing is one of those important pathways here at STEM, and we are going to get to see why it is such a unique and cool experience for the kids. These students have learned to utilize virtual wind tunnels to analyze how aerodynamics work with their cars and how they're redesigned for maximum performance in track. 3, 2, 1, launch! Oh man, the racing! Let's go!
Amazing. I spent so much time on this car learning about aerodynamics, and it's proving itself right now.
You just won your whole team game MVP season.
Farming it's a major industry of North Carolina, and ag tech is the combination of agriculture and technology. All of these teams across North Carolina, they learned about the technology of precision farming to optimize the outputs of their soil.
Up later with maybe some forklifts. Oh, they get caught on the front nose. It's exactly what my grandpa always told me to not mess with on the field. No. Percy and Project Man will collide with one another.
But right now, Harnett is trying to bring it back in the foul falls. He misses out on a massive opportunity. It's all over.
Victory will go to the Lions out of Harnett County. Congratulations.
I think my key was just teamwork and just Kenneth and Bill, all of us three just working together.
They did the work consistent throughout their entire harvest. Shout out to these young gentlemen.
Teaching entrepreneurship equips our youth with versatile skills that drive innovation and success across all industries. Skills like business and project management, adaptability, strategic thinking, marketing, and networking have all been learned through our online curriculum and competitions. Teams have been competing throughout the regular season by managing a startup, adapting to market changes, and diversifying their portfolio before advertising their products in a simulated auction event, which they will be doing today. Students are presenting artwork that they created over the season, marketing it through the event, and auctioning it off to a live audience.
We decided to go on with a planet because we are here to show that with new technology, the sky is not our limit anymore.
It's coming down to the wire. It's about 2, 1, and there it is.
Game Dev 200.
This trance-like state occurs when the game's difficulty matches a player's skill. The flow state? Absolutely, yes, you totally got it right. 900 points. We are giving the win to Carver High School. They are getting the esports arena at their school.
Right there in the middle. Hey!
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the North Carolina Varsity STEM State Championship! Let's go!
Manufacturing is one of those important pathways here at STEM, and we are going to get to see why it is such a unique and cool experience for the kids. These students have learned to utilize virtual wind tunnels to analyze how aerodynamics work with their cars and how they're redesigned for maximum performance in track. 3, 2, 1, launch! Oh, man, the racing. Let's go.
It's amazing. I spent so much time on this car learning about aerodynamics, and it's proving itself right now.
You just won your whole team gaming PC.
Farming, it's a major industry of North Carolina, and ag tech is the combination of agriculture and technology. All of these teams across North Carolina, they learned about the technology of precision farming to optimize the outputs of their soil.
Up later with maybe some forklifts. Oh, they get caught on the front nose. It's exactly what my grandpa always told me to not mess with on the field. No. Percy and Project Man will collide with one another.
But right now, Harnett is trying to bring it back in the foul falls. He misses out on a massive opportunity. It's all over.
Victory will go to the Lions out of Harnett County. Congratulations.
I think my key was just teamwork and just Kenneth and Bill, all of us three just working together.
They did the work consistent throughout their entire harvest. Shout out to these young gentlemen.
Teaching entrepreneurship equips our youth with versatile skills that drive innovation and success across all industries. Skills like business and project management, adaptability, strategic thinking, marketing, and networking have all been learned through our online curriculum and competitions. Teams have been competing throughout the regular season by managing a startup, adapting to market changes, and diversifying their portfolio before advertising their products in a simulated auction event, which they will be doing today. Students are presenting artwork that they created over the season, marketing it through the event, and auctioning it off to a live audience.
We decided to go on with a planet because we are here to show that with new technology, the sky is not our limit anymore.
It's coming down to the wire. It's
2, 1. And there it is.
Game Dev 200.
This trance-like state occurs when the game's difficulty matches a player's skill. The flow state? Absolutely, yes, you totally got it right. 900 points. We are giving the win to Carver High School. They are getting the esports arena at their school.
Right there in the middle. Hey!
My name is Keon. My in-game name is MistyBot, and I play for Jack Brett High School.
My name is Israel. My in-game name is Cornbread, and I play for Jack Brett as well. I remember the day. It was New Year's Day 2015. My dad got me Smash 4 on the Wii U. And I thought just like the crossover of all these characters that I knew from different places, like interacting, existing in the same space, it was something very fascinating to me.
Big Belly will defend them, get them to a game number 5. They have to get the set all the way the other way. Oh no! That's it!
I first heard about VESL from my good friend Mupkipo, and he told me about it, and I was like, that sounds cool. I don't really go to anything besides locals and Smash. Doing this in high school, pretty cool.
As for me, I heard about VESL because of Misty. He actually put me on, so shout out to him. But through VESL, I've definitely been able to show my stuff more. I'm really happy to have this opportunity to put my Smash addiction to good use. Just to see an entity like VESL interface with the high school ecosystem and have these tournaments that are just run so well, I'm ever grateful. Like, this is really cool.
He was trying to get the King rule out of the way. He keeps going with that lightning. 3 lightnings in a row. But this alligator, he's made of rubber.
To prepare for states and just competing in general, I've been playing the game a lot more than I usually do. I get some games in where I can, and I look at new tech because the meta's changed a lot.
Me and my friend, we're about to look at all the VODs to see and like prepare for each specific opponent, not just the character matchup.
I'll contrast for Misty and say I know zero zilch about any other players in the league, so I'm just gonna roll with the punches and dish them out where I can.
Mr. Ranger up in the 150s, 160. That's gonna be the second stock. And dude, the Cornbread game swinging.
A championship win for me served as some affirmation to my freshman self that while I definitely had a Smash problem, my time wasn't all wasted.
Championship win, how much I've improved as a player, being recognized, your skill, and how great you play.
There and avoiding getting hit as well, but nah, that's it. He's gonna be sent into the
prize money. Really, I would just save for college. Like, there's nothing really I want to buy or I need to buy.
I'll save most of the money. It'll help me out on a rainy day. As for short term though, there's a
the VESL Duo Cup continues now. We are in game number 2 of day number 2 here at the finals, and I cannot wait to get into these games, Ben. It has been an incredible run so far. 6 games yesterday, 1 game played today, and 1 clear winner ahead of them all. It's Void and his teammate. I mean, what is happening here, Ben?
Yeah, I don't really know, right? I mean, for the most part, obviously I'm going to maybe a little bit of bias towards 250 aim in this analysis, but 250 aim likes to take high ground early. They really do. They'll play it usually around 8th zone, maybe even earlier 7th zone.
Typically,
but the problem was that time is Saturn. They built straight up and they had an easy free beam. 250 aim knock, teammates trying to clutch up. From there, it's a free high ground take and it moves through. My real question is, if anyone can disrupt this team on high ground, then it's open for grabs. Anyone can take home that victory royale, because if you think about it, that's $100 already locked in for them. And any other team, if you're able to disrupt that high ground, it's yours for the taking.
Come on, people. It's time to go for the win here as we get ready for game number 2 of the day, game number 8 in total in the overall competition. It's going to be a great one. But if you love all of this VESL esports action, we got more action coming your way. We actually have a TFT Cup coming up here in the next few weeks, and boy, oh boy, is that going to be an exciting one. More details to come, so stick around the stream to find out how you can get involved and when to check it out. But looks like we're going to start off here with the celebratory 7-year-old battle bus. You see the 7 there on the top, celebrating Fortnite's history in the gaming space. It seems like because of the impact that Fortnite has made, they've been around much longer than 7 years, but no, it is 7 years old here today. So congratulations to Fortnite, and let's dive on in and see if Void and his teammate can get some more wins.
A lot up for grabs here. Scissors and Void will continue to drop down to Doom's Castle. They have this place relatively uncontested. They did have one duo dropping here in game number 1, but they didn't end up fighting off Spawn. Scissors and Void liking to loot the main castle area, take out Doom, take those mythics, and then go look for fights at other drop spots. So they have a system down, and they like to stick to it, and it's working out well with a 20-bomb finish from game number 1 today. But OKK, BF, and Beemans quick to get onto the ground, start looting up here at Brawler's Battleground. Coconuts in hand, trying to get that shield where it needs to be, again with the barrels. If you know exactly what the system is at your drop spot, you can be really fast in getting out and into the action. Zren and Limes trying to utilize some of these flare guns to get an idea where the enemies are. A little bit of self-sabotage, but they do take down at least one duo here at the drop spot. Not a lot of loot at this spot necessarily, but enough for this duo at least.
Yeah, you're definitely right there when breaking that one down, but looking at Mailbox and his teammate, we saw some unfortunate fights go down for them. They had some good success there in the early game, getting out of situations like they see themselves in now, but it was when they ran into the wrong team, and you know who that is, that they ended up finding themselves going down. But Dempstog was another team that actually did pretty well yesterday. If you remember correctly, Dempstog and Ayaz were found dancing all the way to the end game. So definitely they have an interesting and solid strategy. We'll see if they can continue on that one.
And this time around, they're going to have some issues off spawn. Mailbox and Naples, they're cutting off a lot of their loot. Dempstog looking for an opportunity maybe to drop Mailbox down. The chop was there, but not able to find that ceiling. Now able to, though. Looking for control of the situation. Wanting to push them back off of their loot. But this duo is just fully in control. Layering these builds to make sure this duo cannot push in. So it's really not a battle worth fighting this early on in the game. Pushing away. Trying to find somewhere else to go and loot. At least it gives them the opportunity to grab some of these materials before the other duo can. So they'll be set up at least in that factor. But Scissors losing Void early on, going up against another duo off spawn. Scissors finds one, looking to try and clean it up straight into the box. That 1v2 is there to save the up spawn fight. So they will lock it down off spawn this time. But again, this duo, this is where it can get scary. Off spawn, everybody's on the same playing field, so you can make those crazy plays.
Yeah, it's going to be crazy. What else is crazy, though? Like I mentioned before, we have a TFT tournament coming up, and it's going to be the first in the series of the road to the state finals. Summoners, it's your time to sharpen your strategies. VESL is proud to announce our Team Fight Tactics tournament and your first step towards state finals glory. This is your chance to compete with the best and rise through the ranks and represent your school on the grand stage. Whether you're a seasoned player or new to the scene, this tournament is your gateway to esports greatness. Now, this tournament is going to take place on October 4th through the 6th. Make sure to check the times. The times will be posted on social media, and all of this will happen online in the VGC Discord. All you have to do to register is sign up now. Go to start.gg/VESLTFT to sign up. Join the VESL Discord server for all updates and tournament details. Make sure you're verified to participate and get your tactics ready and prepare for intense competition. Eligibility does apply, and it's open to all North Carolina high school students looking to represent their school at the first state final event for TFT. This is your chance here, folks. Get involved, get signed up, and get ready to go. Now, back over to VazForce, who we haven't seen too much coming from here in day number 2, but we've only had one game, so it's not fair to just judge it on the one performance. But VazForce and Olaf immediately going for the fight. This is not surprising to me whatsoever as they get a massive beam onto Monks.
And that will initiate the fight. The battle will ensue. VazForce wants to try and control the situation. Again, these top teams love to play from above, taking those shots and pre-firing players as they look to jump up and pre-fire you. It's just easier when you play the high ground. Alex Barnett forced to play low. VazForce realizing the duo started to rotate away, so they could sort of corner off Alex Barnett into a 1v2, and now both players have found him straight into a box. They have no control, and 2 players on either side. They will find a knock. Monk rotating away, maybe a little bit scared of the storm, but at least an opportunity to try and continue to play out this game. Figured they weren't really given an opportunity to win this fight, so just try and play for the reboot. We'll have to collect that card later on. El Hound and Utopia, similar situation. Straight into the box. It's neck and neck. But Flint Winda will take down both players there, cleaning up, looking for that res on a charge flame. And Olaf and Vasforce still playing the storm.
This is exactly what we'd anticipate here from a team like Olaf and Vasforce, who in a lot of ways imitate what we saw from Clix and Veno in the Global Championship and the lead up to, which the Storm plays are super effective. And because Vasforce and Olaf have that medallion, they have some advantages that the other teams just don't have. So they can spend some time in the Storm and not have to worry too much about what is going to happen. But now we switch over to OKK, BF, and Beemans, as Beemans is set up here. Looks like some good potential there for the team. Nevertheless, though, it's all about whether or not they take the opportunity, take the shot, so to speak. Looks like they're going to opt not to as of right now, just keeping it together, keeping good composure. But that's the story, right? That's how it goes here with the VESL Duo Cup featuring Fortnite. You never quite know if they're going to engage or not, unless they're Jerry Sold or Nick Sold, because you already know they're going to be fighting.
And they're straight into it again. Jerry Sold trying to look to force this fight, looking to piece them up from below, but it's against Void. That's not going to work out this time. Nick Sold now left to try and clutch up. Scissors back into this game. We saw this duo go down earlier on, or at least half of it. Seems like they're back into the fight here, as Void will find one of the Sold duo, but Limes and Zren also want a piece of the action. Void trying to hold up as the duo looking to re-gear. Not going to shy away from the engagement, though. The full build battle will ensue. The full piece is there. The wall control is there. And the right-hand peek. Limes gets full pieced and knocked. So now there's one player left. The 2v1 in the spray. Void putting on a clinic.
Well, Lobby, they're still second place. Second place is still open for grabs here, as we see Vasforce and Olaf diving in here. They're going to take another fight as well. Big shots coming through, but what a risky play. Vasforce taking some unnecessary damage in that exchange, but still worked out in their favor. Saturn, though, has gone down in the elimination feed. That could be huge for another one of our top 5 teams.
Keep our eyes close there in the confirmed bag work. Luke taking down and confirming Saturn. So Olaf and Vasforce keeping a close eye on that elimination feed. They'll be foaming at the mouth. They know the opportunity is there now to try and make something happen. 250 aim has something to say about it. Now looking to play out as a solo. Maybe the card already collected. Trying to identify the safest reboot van to use. Deeper in zone for sure. With it only being third zone, it's going to be ticking for such little damage. You can really take your time. Again, talked about it before. A lot of these players need to work on not being scared of the storm. The storm is your friend. It's a veil that can keep you hidden from everyone else in every lobby that you're in and give you the opportunity to make clutch plays, to come back in certain games. And 250 aim trying to do just that all the way to the edge of this map, getting this reboot off while the rest of the lobby trying to fight it off. Zone 3, plenty of chug splashes in inventory. And again, that underworld, that river Styx, plenty of opportunity to try and play out. And on top of that, an open bunker, 250 aim, showing off that map knowledge to go and find some extra heals. That'll get him back into contention here to buy more time in Storm. Medkit here, medkit there, and some extra shield. Depending on when 250 aim goes for the reboot, could offer an extra little bit of a care package for that teammate to get them back into the fight. Olaf and Vasforce seem to be trying to hunt down some kind of a player here as a duo's lurking close by. This is where it can get dangerous. if you're not fully aware where the players could be, not paying attention. Olaf caught slipping. Nothing he could do there, but now it's left in Vaz Force's hands to try and clutch up. Seems like he's not even interested. Fully ambushed. Now a 1v2. Now multiple of our top duos in this competition looking for reboots late in the game.
This feels like a totally different team here from Vaz Force and Olaf. Not who we anticipated seeing there in day number 1, but now here in day number 2, it's the Void and Scissor show, and it doesn't slow down here as he takes a shot, not quite connecting. Lets Nick kind of disengage there, which is kind of impressive. Oh, but Scissor's gone down? Oh, if you saw on the feed, I'm going to be honest with you, he went down to fall damage. Yeah, not the best look for our top team, but hey, every once in a while we all slip up here from time to time.
You know, it's one way to get off a high ground. You still keep your shield, assuming you can get the res off, which they were able to. You can save that shield for a later fight, and Void coming in flying. Again, this duo consistently on pace for that 10 elimination mark before 6th zone, already at 8, is absolutely incredible.
Yeah, I mean, what is that? An average of 2 eliminations per zone.
It's more than 1 per minute. It's pretty crazy.
That's so wild. They really are running it down here. And if you're anybody in this lobby that finds himself taking the fight with him, don't. Because they are just set to win. As now they're up in the sky. They're going to find Storm and Crispy here because they made the edit. So immediately now they realize they are here. And there it is. Immediately starts the fight there. No damage has been exchanged quite yet. So this is definitely not in a fight where either one team has something over the other. But now, as I say that, Storm taking a ton of damage, immediately goes down. Now it's up to Crispy. Can he clean up his edits here, keeping him looking good? But no, unfortunately, he's not as he goes down. And Scissor cleans up too.
This duo approaches every fight with the utmost confidence. Most duos like to try and take some pop shots at duos before they commit to a fight. This duo says, nah, I'm just going to full throw myself at whatever duo's in front of me. It could be the team in 2nd place. It could be the team in 3rd place. Doesn't matter. We are full sending every single engagement, and that confidence is working for them as they reach that 10 elimination point only at the 4th zone. They are on pace to drop another 20 bomb, and we're just in the 2nd game of the day. This duo is not slowing down even a little bit. They don't have to do anything fancy here. It's just textbook Fortnite for them. Rinse and repeat every single engagement. Alex Barnett and Monk now claiming the Rift Island itself. But a little bit of contestation. Marvel Tokyo maybe looking to get involved here. Mix things up, but this duo wants no part of that smoke. Flying away back towards the Intella station, but Void and Scissors popping that Flowberry Fizz, hopping on a launch pad. These long rotates are so crucial to them finding these fights so consistently and so close together.
So much going on here, but Void going to take a little bit of damage here as he builds up. This fight's going to be good. There it is, the flare gun yet again to start the fight. If you don't know, it is a multifaceted tool for the ages. It does damage as well as identifies where the players are in their box. So genuinely something you should always carry amongst the duo, and that's why you see them using it here. It lets them know where the fight is and where they need to take it to. So this fight now going to be huge. It looks like, again, it's Marvel's Tokyo and his teammate finding Scissor and his teammate here for what feels like the 5th game in a row. Like, they genuinely keep finding each other, and I think it's just because Void and Scissor are finding everybody.
Hey, there's nothing you can do to stay away from them. This duo full commits to everything, and Void will build battle you. It doesn't matter if you 90 to the sky. You're getting chopped out. You're getting taken down. Marvel Tokyo, the first one to fall, as now Kaislock trying to keep a low profile. Stay quiet, get a little bit sneaky, keep this duo off their wall, but for now, they're gonna find you, and they're gonna take you down. Scissors and Void finding their 12th elimination with 24 players left. They have the equivalent of what is half the lobby in eliminations as it currently stands, and this game is not even halfway through. Such an impressive performance from them. The real question is, will anybody be able to stop the pace that they're going at, stop this momentum from this duo, because something needs to be done.
Something does need to be done, and if I'm being honest with you, it's probably run and hide. You need to find a good corner and hope and pray that they don't come to that corner.
Maybe you can make some recommendations.
I wouldn't know. That is more your play style, though, if I'm being honest.
Alrighty.
So you probably have some good feedback here for him. Where do you typically hide in your games?
You know, I'm a zero build kind of guy, so I like to stick to bushes for the most part.
Yeah, that's true.
You
didn't know how to build. That's right.
Good veil of concealment. Just make sure you aren't wearing any flashy outfits or weapon wraps, and you're good to go. You can keep a low profile and take out the best of the best. No problem.
What's the best outfit in competitive Fortnite?
I mean, it's got to be the superheroes, right? You're looking for that solid blank, either the gray or a green, or even like a blue is great if you're trying to play the Storm a little bit. Granted, if you're playing like 250 AIM or Saturn, you don't really have to worry about that. As long as you're wearing matching outfits with your duo, you really have no problems. If for anyone at home who wonders why most of the top duos or all the top duos really wear matching outfits, is so that if either of them do take substantial amounts of damage, they get cracked. If they're wearing the same outfit, it's really hard for duos to spot them out. And eyes there. If you're a solo, it really doesn't matter what outfit you're wearing. You're kind of just stuck, but at least this duo able to apply that well here as they're taking shots from Void and Scissor, who have made their way over towards this zone. It's starting to get quite small, so running out of space, these top duos will start to butt heads.
Here it is. The fight of the century. Timber Boys, they were taking your advice there, just running, hiding, but Void has found them, immediately diving into the box. Doesn't quite connect there as he tries to get in. It does look like he gets ramp control, does immediately pre-piece and get the elimination. That's going to be another cleanup for Void, but wait. Scissor's taking a lot of damage. He needs his teammate to get back in the fold. Can Void get in there? And he does. Takes him out with ease as Twitch of Vicious gets sent back to the lobby.
Nothing you can do when they hit max damage shotgun shots every single time. It feels like 14 eliminations for Void and Scissors. They will make their way into this zone with it moving quickly. It pulls the opposite direction, so they need to hit the little left foot, right foot, and get a move on Monk and Alex Barnett committing towards that high ground. We spoke about it last game. The teams who take the high ground early and really commit their materials tend to perform better, and they're doing a great job here, but Trash is good, flying over the top, trying to get behind this statue at Mount Olympus. Great decision, though. They can kind of have a flank position on this Monk and Alex Barnett duo, who seem to be wanting to recontest for this high ground position. But again, now there's another team trying to contest them for. Are they aware that they're close by? They have these old builds they can move back through, refresh some of those materials, grab some extra heals. But again, there's a team in the distance. They do spot them out. That will be Big Step Arens, and Trash is good, who are now looming above and looking down on this duo. They want to try and deal the damage. Realistically, neither of them need to be fighting at this point in the game. As Zone pulls maximum distance away from them, they try and commit for the best spot in that current zone, and they're just going to pull straight away. So thinking they're going to be in a good position, they end up being in one of the worst.
Yeah, you know, it's just kind of how the cookie crumbles sometimes. But for Trash is good, a big step up. They're in a good spot on the lobby, and on the leaderboard, and that's where it really counts. And we'll make sure after this game ends and we get back from our break that we will cover a little bit of an update on the leaderboard. So we will see what that's looking like here for the top 10 after this game. But now turn it over to 250 AIM and Saturn. It looks like Saturn was able to get back into this one, which is a good sign for him, but not a good sign for the rest of the lobby, as they have been a strong competing duo in this competition.
And again, this duo doesn't like to get too aggressive during the mid game. They usually wait for these later zones, make that push for high ground. Because they've saved up those materials and those utility items, they can just kind of dump them in that 7th, 8th zone to get the best spot in that current zone, rather than trying to push for eliminations. It works well for them. They're in a great spot on the leaderboard, but Void and Scissors are in a better one. They have 14 eliminations that have now took the foot off the gas, started to slow down their pace of play just a little bit. They are looking for opportunities to take shots at some of these close teams. But again, nothing revealing itself with even 9 duos left in this lobby. No solos remaining. All full duos. So full committing to something at this point could be a little bit dangerous, with third parties going to become more and more frequent.
There it is. Few shots coming in, but nothing quite connecting here for Void and Scissor. And as we prepare for the final moments, I want to hear from you, chat. Who do you think has this one in the lock? Do Void and Scissor win it all? Could we see another team take over? Could we even see a underdog walk away with a win and get a win bonus on the day? Let us know in the chat. Let's see what you got to say. But back over to Void. Looks like they've gotten ahead of zone, exactly where you want to find yourself here at this point in the game. Lots of other teams going to have to rotate towards them, so slim pickings for them as far as what they can do. So it's just a matter of kind of moving in and hoping that you can cover yourself well enough to not get hit by the man himself. 250 aim.
Looking to try and beam. Olaf finding one in the elimination feed. Alex Barnett and Monk now finding their way off of Mount Olympus and down into this next zone. Trash is good. Big step up. Love the strategy here, utilizing the balloons paired with the shield bubble. That's something new. And now they're trying to rotate into the zone, just not lining up for them super well right now. 250 aim in Saturn. This is their moment to shine. We see this game after game after game from them. And here it is, a bit of a meta play. The balloons and the shield bubble strategy. You throw it onto your teammate, you can rotate through with it, but you have to make sure you don't have a team that's trying to chase you down. Saturn taking that high ground position. They will hold on to it for the time being, just tarping out. Scissors and Void putting a lot of pressure up towards that high ground team to break them down. Zone's still moving though, and de-elevating, so a lot of elevation change here. You can play that ultimate low ground, or you can fight for height. You have to choose what works best for you. Scissors and Void on that right end, pressuring down. Alex Barnett picking up the pieces of that duo. We'll have to play as a solo as well. I miss Ramadan just below this high ground team. Have an opportunity to play spoiler to 250 aim and Saturn, who are fully in control of this lobby.
The control is here, and the game is theirs. Just a matter of whether or not they choose to take it. But another high ground play there for them. It does spell one of two things, a win or doom, because let's be honest, when 250 aim and Saturn take high ground as early as they have this time around in the past, they find themselves going down. But now they're going to be fighting for it. Another team, the contenders, trying to take it away from them, and it's going to be Scissor and his teammate in Void. So this is going to be a tough fight here, probably the toughest fight they'll have all game, as 250 aim and Saturn look to maintain the height.
It's Clash of the Titans right now up on the high ground in Void, and Scissors trying to look for a opportunity and an opening to disengage, and they do find it. They drop down towards the mid-ground layer and armor up to try and look towards the ultimate low. 250 aim and Saturn not giving up high ground this time, holding onto it to try and pressure the rest of this lobby to give themselves a shot at a victory royale. 6 teams left just outside the top 5. 250 aim and Saturn trying to keep this Flowberry Fizz in effect so they don't end up having any fall damage issues, but Saturn mistiming there. Will anybody take the high ground from them as nobody's holding on to it? 250 aim, quick to hop onto it. Try and get that res off Zach FN in the back end of zone, but somebody identifies them. Spotted out, leaving 250 aim to try and clutch up alone.
This is a huge play because, as you see, 250 aim only has 10 builds remaining there after his fight for height. And unfortunately, that's not going to be enough here to survive comfortably in the final moments of the game. So teams like VASForce and Olaf, they have a chance, especially when Olaf is popping off and taking names by force. Scissor takes out Saturn officially, so that's going to be him down in the elimination feed. Void also getting credit for that pickup too. VASForce picking up a few as well. I mean, this is what you love to see. The competition is still roaming and happening as we speak, and all of the top teams are still left in this one.
Void and Scissors getting a little bit too aggressive there and falling. 250 aim winning that 1v1 there. Void will fall, but a player goes up for high ground. It's absolute chaos. Scissors will fall. Olaf now pulling a teammate back into this zone. It's a top 3 situation, a 2v1v1. So Olaf, it's a straight 1v1 scenario now for the Victory Royale in game number 2. Olaf versus 250 aim. Both solos have clutched up to this point. Look to pop the Flowberry Fizz and the drop down to low ground. Such low HP. Olaf hits the shots and picks up the Victory Royale.
Wow, 250 aim ends up going down there. Olaf claiming the next win, and that's going to be a win bonus of $100 going to VASForce and Olaf. So congratulations to them for picking up the second win of the day and that second win bonus of the day. But don't go anywhere. We got more wins, more win bonuses, and more action for you just after this break.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the North Carolina Varsity STEM State Championship! Let's go!
Manufacturing is one of those important pathways here at STEM, and we are going to get to see why it is such a unique and cool experience for the kids. These students have learned to utilize virtual wind tunnels to analyze how aerodynamics work with their cars and how they're redesigned for maximum performance in track.
3, 2, 1, launch! Oh, man, the racing. Let's go.
It's amazing. I spent so much time on this car learning about aerodynamics, and it's proving itself right now.
You just won your whole team gaming PCs.
Farming, it's a major industry of North Carolina, and ag tech is the combination of agriculture and technology. All of these teams across North Carolina, they learned about the technology of precision farming to optimize the outputs of their soil.
Up later with maybe some forklifts. Oh, they get caught on the front nose. It's exactly what my grandpa always told me to not mess with in the field.
No.
Percy and Project Man will collide with one another.
But right now, Harnett is trying to bring it back in the foul falls. He misses out on a massive opportunity. It's all over!
Victory will go to the Lions out of Harnett County. Congratulations.
I think my key was just teamwork and just Kenneth and Bill, all of us three just working together.
They did the work consistent throughout their entire harvest. Shout out to these young gentlemen.
Teaching entrepreneurship equips our youth with versatile skills that drive innovation and success across all industries. Skills like business and project management, adaptability, strategic thinking, marketing, and networking have all been learned through our online curriculum and competitions. Teams have been competing throughout the regular season by managing a startup, adapting to market changes, and diversifying their portfolio before advertising their products in a simulated auction event, which they will be doing today. Students are presenting artwork that they created over the season, marketing it through the event, and auctioning it off to a live audience.
We decided to go on with a planet because we are here to show that with new technology, the sky is not our limit anymore.
It's coming down to the wire. It's about 2, 1, and there it is.
Game Dev 200.
This trance-like state occurs when the game's difficulty matches a player's skill. The flow state? Absolutely, yes, you totally got it right. 900 points. We are giving the win to Carver High School. They are getting the esports arena at their school.
Right there in the middle. An esports STEM league, where high school students can compete in video games and STEM pathways, allowing them to win prizes and build life-changing opportunities. VESL helps guide students towards discovering their career pathways in and after high school by engaging them in fun, competitive competitions that build real-life skills such as problem solving, teamwork, and accountability. VESL began just 2 years ago with a handful of Charlotte-Mecklenburg schools. Now, VESL is supported by the entire state with over 200 schools and 3,000 active students. With no expensive requirements to participate, VESL makes itself the most accessible esports and STEM league in North Carolina. The league is even accessible to students who only have access to a phone through our Not Work platform. Students interested in esports will have the chance to compete against other schools across the state, showcasing their skills during a 7-week regular season leading into regional playoffs and a state championship. This fall season will offer Rocket League, Overwatch 2, College Football 25, and Super Smash Bros. In a season-long competition. Not interested in those game titles? Well, no worries. We have all sorts of exciting tournaments and casual game nights happening throughout the season as well, featuring over 30 game titles. Registration for the fall 2024 season is now open and will close on September 20th. Seeding for teams will also take place on September 23rd, and the regular season begins on September 30th. The season will end with the state championship taking place later in the fall. VESL will share more details soon as we get closer to the main event. On top of all that, we present the VESL Yearly Cup. With a focus on players' versatility and adaptability, VYC features 8 standout esports titles that form an integrated competition lasting the entire school year. This fall 2024 season's VYC features Apex, Valorant, Fall Guys, and Brawlhalla. Each game will impact the overall rankings with a cumulative scoring system determining the final top 3 performers at the end of the school year. We will also be holding several events prior to the official league season, including our Super Smash Bros. Draft Clash and Fortnite. Keep a lookout on socials for more details to come about VYC. VESL also offers a STEM league geared towards teaching students valuable skills and rewarding them for their achievements. STEM players compete during a regular season in various topics, rotated through an 8-week schedule, giving students valuable exposure to STEM fields like engineering, agri-tech, game development, and more. Competitions are broken into bite-sized, self-paced challenges where students learn real-world skills and tackle challenges in a flexible time frame. All of this supported by online resources and guidance from our STEM coaches. Players earn rewards upon completing competitions, with each student participating individually and contributing to their school's overall performance. Teams compete against other high schools across North Carolina, with top performing teams advancing through the season to an in-person championship where teams can earn some awesome prizes. The STEM season will begin on September 26th and run through November 21st. Registration is now accessible through our new learning social platform, Knotwork. Knotwork is an innovative platform that leverages technology to meet high school students where they are and takes them where they want to be. This includes an all-in-one location for leaderboards and stats throughout our competitive season, innovative ways to connect with STEM, and much, much more. Once students have grown in their network by interacting in the social experience, they can earn a chance to access a brand new experience coming soon to the Knotwork app. Representatives from VESL will connect with students and teachers to help with registration and answer questions about the season. We're excited about everything new and are thrilled to make this the best VESL season yet. Welcome to the varsity.
Finally, get my game out there. I want to make it big. I want to post it on Steam and have everybody playing it, because I know what gamers would want from it. Instead of these giant corporations that think they know what gamers want. I am a gamer. I know exactly what they want. My name is Xavier Lewis. I've always loved games, and I've been playing them ever since I was a kid. So I submitted this essay on VESL about my passion. These guys hooked me up. I got pulled out of class. I have my own gaming PC, my whole setup right here for me. It's my first time having a decent gaming PC. I do have one at home, but it cannot run anything. So I've been struggling with that. I've been struggling with game development because of that. You know, you need performance and optimization. I've only been in VESL for this semester. I've just learned about it, and I'm finally getting acclimated to everything. I'm in the Discord, all the announcements, all the tournaments and games they got. They love my ideas, and they're willing to put forward with. They really go all the way with it.
Overall picture of where you want to go, you want to be the game developer.
I do.
In a perfect world, tell me what your company would look like.
Anybody can submit any ideas. It's full transparency. You tell us exactly what you want from the game, how you want to play. You're the one playing it. We're the ones making it for you. I really appreciate the opportunity.
Yeah,
I really do.
This is my first time owning like a newer generation PC, because like I said, I had a Windows 98 that was like, oh yeah, we got Adobe Flash and that's it. You want World of Warcraft? No, but we can probably give you Wizard 101. But I'm excited because they've been talking to me about the STEM projects, and this can run Unreal Engine 5. Dante White, and I grew up in a forest mostly. For about the first 8 years of my life, we lived in what we called it the bottom, because the entire was encroached by trees. We had a lot of natural growing things there, berries, tomatoes, lettuce. It was good. So I was outside a lot for most of my early life. The first time I really got into using electronics and stuff like that, my brother got a PlayStation 2 with him and his uncle. And then like at school, we would go on like computer lab, and that's when I started getting into like the Flash stuff around the 2010s, 2015, Newgrounds. And I liked it, I really did. I've been here for about, I guess, a month, because I joined like when they came for the lunchroom and introduced everyone. And I participated in a tournament. I had fun. It was my first time doing something like esports related instead of just watching it on TV. I really like music as a hobby. I've been trying to make music, and I think I could use this to use better software because the GPU won't overheat and then explode in my face. I'm thinking about going to college to get an engineer's degree, start building robotics and stuff like that, maybe get into AI. They're really supportive, they're trying to help out, and they really want to get people there, and they make you feel included. It's a really outgoing community, and I think VESL's doing a great job of being good to new people and old people. You have a good platform for people who are like probably busy or doing other stuff because it is just hop in, talk, play, and hop out. This is my first time owning like
a concert that I'm trying to go to in September, and prize money would be my ticket and then some.
I really do want to swim in college, and if I had the opportunity to play Smash on the side, I definitely will take it because I do love this game.
The school that I'm going to does have an esports club, and from what I've heard, a thriving Smash scene, so I'm looking forward to being a participant in that, not so much for the glory, but for the community, because that's just as much if not more important.
I am not excited to play Palisades. All the characters they play I struggle with against personally, but everyone else, except for a little gamer's brother who plays Bayonetta, I'm fine with playing against and very confident against.
I were to answer the question, who am I excited to fight? Someone who adapts, shows me new things that I didn't know about the game, makes me change my perspective on Smash in general, and I guess to sum it up in one word, I'm looking for a challenge.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the North Carolina Varsity STEM State Championship! Let's go!
Manufacturing is one of those important pathways here at STEM, and we are going to get to see why it is such a unique and cool experience for the kids. These students have learned to utilize virtual wind tunnels to analyze how aerodynamics work with their cars and how they're redesigned for maximum performance in track.
3, 2, 1, launch!
Oh man, the racing. Let's go.
It's amazing. I spent so much time on this car learning about aerodynamics, and it's proving itself right now.
You just won your whole team gaming season.
Farming, it's a major industry of North Carolina, and ag tech is the combination of agriculture and technology. All of these teams across North Carolina, they learned about the technology of precision farming to optimize the outputs of their soil.
Up later with maybe some forklifts. Oh, they get caught on the front nose. It's exactly what my grandpa always told me to not mess with on the field. No. Percy and Project Man will collide with one another.
But right now, Harnett is trying to bring it back in the ball falls. He misses out on a massive opportunity. It's all over!
Victory will go to the Lions out of Harnett County. Congratulations.
I think my key was just teamwork and just Kenneth and Bill, all of us three just working together.
They did the work consistent throughout their entire harvest. Shout out to these young gentlemen.
Teaching entrepreneurship equips our youth with versatile skills that drive innovation and success across all industries. Skills like business and project management, adaptability, strategic thinking, marketing, and networking have all been learned through our online. The VESL Duo Cup is back, and I cannot believe what we are about to see. 4 more games left on the day, and Ben K is going to shave his head if VazForce doesn't get first place. So I'm super excited to dive in and see if that's a possibility. And speaking of possibilities, it's probably not, because Void and Scissor up there on the top of the leaderboard as expected and quite above some of the other teams. Second place, though, we do have 250 Aim and his duo. Saturn just right behind. And, of course, Trash is Good and his teammate in third. So that's going to be your top 3 as of right now going into Game 3 of the day. And, of course, Game 9 of the total competition. Ben, are you excited to shave your head?
Not as much excited for that as I am the rest of the games, but you know what? Maybe you'll see it on VESL socials in a few weeks. I don't know. I mean, we'll have to wait and see. Of course, always, guys, if you're watching the live stream at home, make sure you guys go follow VESL on all socials.
I love it.
Content being pumped out constantly by yours truly, of course. A big hand in that, of course, and maybe you'll see some familiar faces in a couple of weeks out there on the social media. So you guys have to wait and see. So of course, go make sure you guys follow.
Yeah, we're cooking up some cool stuff here for the next few weeks. So definitely make sure you're following all socials, YouTube, Twitter, everything. Make sure you're following is VESLGG or VESL.gg on all socials. Now it's time. We got the battle bus loaded, ready to go, and let's get into it with Scissor.
Gotta start with the players leading the charge, dropping off the battle bus into game number 3, halfway point for day number 2. Only 3 games left. We're 75% of the way through the tournament, so everything comes down to this. This is the wire that everyone needs to climb across carefully, and Void and Scissors are right there at the top, continuously landing at the Castle of Doom. Even with being contested, they had a little bit of a scare at the start of last game as Scissors was able to clutch up when it counted. But will we continue to see that happen here? We'll have to wait and see. Scissors and Void holding on to the main component of this castle as they loot on up to start game number 3.
You love to see what's going on here as we see this team continue to set themselves apart as landing Castle Doom has found them some success so far. It's interesting, right? They're landing here and they're contested pretty heavily, but they continually find themselves up at the top of the leaderboard. So definitely interesting setup for them, but unfortunate there for Prim Aviator as he gets taken out by Kaizlock, and that's going to be him in Marvel's Tokyo doing what they can to keep it moving. Now, though, looks like the red line rig, which was last season's heavy hitter POI, is uncontested by other teams, and maybe that speaks to why Marvel's Tokyo and Kaizlock have found quite a bit of success here in these first few rounds.
It's a great spot, very underrated. The only issue with this spot is the actual materials, right? There seems to be a lot of metal around, but in reality, it's difficult to farm. You have to invest a lot of time to cap out those materials. You can find some brick. You can get that metal where it needs to be. So the hard mats are there, but there really isn't any wood. You have to kind of travel a good distance to get that wood capped out. So in the end, you're trying to reserve where you can. Red Death in defeat, now taking a fight. Red Death already eliminated defeat, having to take this 1v1 to clutch up for the teammate. Trying to take an off angle, down on the low ground. Player running out of materials. Defeat finds the last shot and the eliminations. But guess what? In the distance, here comes Void and Scissors. They hear the shots and they see the player now with eyes on. They see blood in the water. They want to try and clean things up. The player rotating away here. Scissors a little bit concerned, clearing all the angles. No player in these boxes. They want to make sure nobody's hiding anywhere here. Seem to be convinced, which gave the player a perfect opportunity to slip away. Maybe for just a moment, Scissors spotting them out. Maybe realize they dropped down into the water. Or maybe not. The perfect escape plan being implemented by Defeat. He starts to swim away. Void picking up the slack there to make Defeat actually have to build out. So now forced to take a box fight. Scissors looks to try and control it. And the shots are there connecting. And the first elimination for Scissors and Void.
Good stuff here coming out of this event. And so far, we have some pretty heavy hitters showing up and showing out. But looking at Saturn, 250 aim. This team find themselves in second place, but it's going to be tough for them to catch up with first because of just the sheer amount of eliminations first place has been scoring. But if anybody can do it, it's 250 aim and Saturn. They are a strong duo together, and sometimes, or some people even say stronger apart, but they're going to keep fighting here and keep going for what they can get. And right now the focus should be material because, man, they are low.
They need to find that opportunity to go on and farm up 250 aim. And Saturn rotating away. They usually don't shy away from these fights, especially off spawn. The trash is good, and Big Step Arens forcing these engagements early. Trying to get spicy. Looking to claim a wall again, taking those off angles, those little amounts of damage start to add up over time, and Trash is good now with the cracked shield, trying to find a moment to pop these minis. It's those double sprays, right? They can do a lot of damage very quickly. It doesn't take long to find that knock if you make just one small mistake. Monk left in the box alone as the teammate gets back together. Trash is good. Big step of Renz. Checking. They know player did drop, but they got back together. They'll move back to the high ground, though. They're trying to rotate away. Months. Alex Barnett disengaging, but Trash is good. Going to chase them down. Spraying this AR. Putting the damage in. Waiting for them to build up and box up. Again, though, still returning fire. The opposite side, Muntz and Alex Barnett are winning most of these trades.
Yeah, that they are. They're definitely doing what they can here to play this one out. Good shots coming in, though, as Monk tries to connect there. Trash is good now. Going to go ahead and go back towards the Storm. Play a little bit of the wait and heal game, but they don't realize another team has slipped up behind them and taken the fight.
And they're split up as well. Trash is good. Left alone. 1v2 situation. Using these materials, the little bit that they have. Big step of Renz. Now making their way back towards the teammate. They will have control of the high ground. And the hip fire shots connect. Timber Boys will be sent back to the lobby. Big step of Renz, and Trash is good. Both of them taking out two ends of the duo there.
There's a reason they're in the top 3. I'm just saying.
They weren't able to pick up that other duo, but they do here. Clean them up with ease, it seems like. The awareness was there. The duo was sneaking up. They almost had the jump on them.
You know who I want to see right now? I want to see what's going on with 250 aim. Right? I want to see where they're at. Are they still in this one? Are they getting ready to make a comeback? Are they becoming more aggressive? Are they making sure they check all those bushes? That's what I want to know.
I'm sure they are. Very aware, just like this duo in front of them of Utopia needs to stay aware. Astro cleaning up what Millionarch started in the quick cleanup onto L Hound. Nothing you can do there. Opposing angles. They have that pincer set up. And quick 2 elims for this duo. They will find 3 in total. Again, rotating out. They have a long rotate ahead of them. Millionarch trying to decide what the best option is. Do they move to the north and try and find a launch pad, or just run on foot? Void and Scissor. Slow start to game number 3 of the day. Only one elimination, trying to clear out this bunker, make sure there's nobody hiding down below, checking all the cones. They don't want to fall victim to a surprise attack. No chains on that bunker, so this one will not be opening in this game. Just rotating away, checking every possible angle, checking every possible bush that there could be a player in. Clearing what they need to. Void and Scissors rotating through. Not in this zone with plenty of players left. Not wanting to be caught in an awkward spot. Trash is good. Big step of Renz. Opposite side of this map. We'll take that entire dead side along this coastline in the desert. Finally maxing out those materials.
Doing what he can to get prepared here for the next stages of the game. And you know as well as I do, material is the most important piece of it all, especially when you're fighting for high ground, which we've seen Trash attempt to go for it in the past. So if they've got enough material to take it, they should be going for it. Now, though, switch over to Astro. Astro Millionarch had some elimination on the board. So did Big Steppa and Trash. But wait, could they be looming close to one another? Could we see a fight coming soon?
This could be the moment. Do they find that sneak attack, the ambush? They are split, trying to get their medal to a place they're happier with. Big step of Renz farming up. Nick and Jerry in the distance. Neither duo seems to be aware that each other are there, so just sticking to their own game plan here to farm back up before they make their own move to this next zone, to this next safe zone. As it will start to move in just over a minute. They have a little bit of extra time to grab those scraps and cap off what they need to. With 36 players remaining, it's going to be a lot of open space for them here in the desert.
A lot of open space indeed as they continue to push forward here on the outskirts. I like this play. They're going to go ahead and continue moving around the outside of the zone, until they get to that side that is a little more dead than the other sides, aka the dead side of zone. And it's definitely some high-level play here coming out of this team, and I like the direction they're going in. They understand that there's going to be less contestation, less congestion going in this direction. But as I talked about it before, I wanted to see what 250 AIM was up to, and bam, there he is, getting elimination in the feed.
This duo stays aggressive and doesn't slow down. They want to try and clean up the second player of the duo. Saturn leading the charge straight into the box, not even leading with the shotgun, straight to the AR. The side jump connects off the pump shot. This duo is on fire as they find their first 2 eliminations, staying close to home here just outside the underworld. They'll find the coin, but no need to pick it up. Mints moving through. A little bit of a sneak attack here onto Limes, who wants to take the high ground early on, ramping up and over. Both duos trying to hit the double peak, deal the big damage early. Neither of them connecting, though. Boxing up on edge zone. Playing their time here, slowing down, looking for maybe an opportunity to pop a big pot. Zren, Limes not really wanting to commit to anything at this point. No big tags yet, but they do have the HP advantage. Straight into the box. Will be dropped down. Mints now trying to chase the duo into the box. One player is knocked. Zren will go down. So it is 2v1. Trying to clean things up, but Mints finds the clutch factor and takes down both players to stay in this game. RSL Flicks thankful there to have such a consistent teammate.
You'll love to see it here. Good looks here from the team, and they're going to be able to clean this one up quite nicely. But Zach FN, Ramadan, now over here. Looks like they were able to pick up a duo as well, so that's going to be good looks for them. They were another team in contention there towards the top spot of the leaderboard, but not able to solidify the top spot quite yet. We'll have to see how they play this one out as we switch over to Talk to Episode 2 and get slayed. 2 phenomenal players here in our wonderful VESL Duo Cup competition. However, they are on the back foot. They are running because they said, you know what? I do not want to fight at this point. I need to do the Ben K play style and run away.
All right. They're trying to go into the attack, okay? They're trying to slay out. Get Slayed is trying to get into the groove of things and live up to the name. But they're going up against a solid duo, so we'll take the opportunity to use that launch pad. Ite, wind alarm, stuck in the box. Nowhere to go. Alex Barnett and Monk finding at least the one, third partying off the initial knock. Finding one and the duo of both, or sorry, the loot of both players, but only 1 set of elimination points, that being 3 on the day because of that 1.5x multiplier. You have to remember, everything means more today than it did yesterday. So duos who are doing much better today compared to yesterday could make big strides on this leaderboard. Alex Barnett and Monk are trying to do just that.
Yep, and preparation is at play here for this as they are going to go ahead and start this fight off strong. Marvel's Tokyo just trying to get involved here. You see him taking shots, hitting walls, not necessarily connecting enough. But wait, he's got his eyes set on Million Arc, and now he goes. Immediately taking some shots, misses, but now he sees his teammate. Tries to take shots at Astro. It looks like 1 or 2 shots may have connected, but Astro should be able to slip away.
Both players staying in this one. They had to split up for just a moment to try and pull the attention of either player. They were able to do so. Alex Barnett, though, picking up Astro. Just split a little bit too far, leaving Monk and company the opportunity to pick up one of the duo. So Million Arc forced to play as a solo. Look for a late reboot. Marvel's Tokyo and Kaislock holding down this drone factory. A lot of loot to be found at this drop spot, but they don't really need any piece of it. Just trying to play out. Zach FN, I Miss Ramadan lurking on Mints, who are in the distance now. No need to engage these players. They're just trying to see if an opportunity arises. And they do hit a little bit of a headshot there. That 47 tag. I Miss Ramadan lurking with that Monarch pistol. We've seen the capability that this weapon has to shake things up. Scissors and Void back towards Grim Gate. In the River Styx. Trying to hold on to these charges. That passive mobility. This duo holding on but trying to slow things down. I mean, they only have one elimination. We're used to seeing them with way more at this point in the game. Might be the lowest elimination count we've seen out of this duo to date.
You might be right. This has definitely been a way slower game for them. And I'm curious as to why. What has changed in Void and Scissors' kit that they're like, you know what? We just can't keep taking the same fight we've been taking. We got to slow it down a little bit and just solidify our top spot. I don't know, but you know what? The rest of the lobby thanks them.
37 eliminations in 2 games. I mean, for most of these duos, 37 eliminations across 6 games is a day to be happy with. You really have nothing to complain with that number, but being able to get that many in 2 games alone? Why even push for eliminations at that point? Just play for endgame, stay consistent. That 1.5x multiplier applying to elimination points and placement points. So really don't need to do much more. OKKBF holding on to find their own path into this next zone. Vazforce and Olaf, the Rift Island, holding on to it. That mythic assault rifle in inventory, looking down to get slayed, trying to slay out themselves. But the shots return. The big tags, that Monarch pistol, doesn't do much to push players away, get them to stop looking at you.
Yeah, it gets them to stop looking at you, but they're going to have to start looking at somebody else as big shots come in, and that's going to be Goose going down. That's not the situation they want to find themselves in. So Sinister Void, Scissor continue to push forward. It looks like we were talking about how they had no eliminations, and they quickly wanted to change that just for you, Ben.
You know, I didn't mean to jinx them, but you know what? They had their eye on the prize. Eventually, it was going to happen.
Like a counter jinx, I guess?
I mean, I don't even know. It's the moment we talk about how little amount of eliminations they have, they immediately clap back with an entire duo wipe. So they don't stop for even just a moment.
Nope.
Just wanted to take the early game a little bit easier this round, I guess. The big step of Ren's. Trash is good. Same number of eliminations. 2 on the board. Outside the raft. Most of the players, not all the players in this lobby, now going to have access to these dash charges from the water. So it could cause this end game to look a little bit different than what they're used to seeing. Those elevation changes are easy to come across. 250 aim, Saturn. Again, that Monarch pistol. We know what 250 aim can do with this weapon. Take down the best of the best. We've seen it time and time again. Beamins falls. OKKBF now trying to clutch up, but it's Scissors and Void straight onto the wall. The full box was there, tried to dash away, but catching him off the flick shot. Scissors finds 2 more. This duo's on 5 when they were on 0 just moments ago.
Here it is, Saturn. Man, oh man, looking to make some plays here. Remember, Saturn and 250 aim are in second place, but it's not even a close gap because of how well the other team has played. Remember, Void and Co. have gotten a significant amount of eliminations, which has basically rocketed their lead ahead of second place. But for 250 aim and Saturn, they know this, and they are hoping that the other team just makes a mistake, and maybe they can have a big game here to make up for it. But in all honesty, Ben, you know as well as I do, it's not always how it runs.
No, not at all. And the reality is Void has picked up over 100 points in eliminations alone in the first 2 games, which is incredible to see. Get slayed. Top Tool now starting to heat things up. Starting to find that stride. Moving towards that front end. And this is what we talked about. Those dashes playing a crucial role in mixing things up in the end game. They have free rotation through this zone. Looking to grab some of this extra loot left behind from a previous elimination. Find some medkits, find some splashes. We'll get slayed back into the fight. Mince and RSL Flicks will be battling here on this edge zone. They don't have to worry about it. Just need to make sure they make it out alive. Crushing on the front side. Mince being held out by zone. But the duo is still staying hand in hand to take this engagement with a full tarp and a knock on a big step of Ren's. RSL Flicks will clean that up. So the elimination and the refresh, they find all that great loot, sit on top of, heal back up before having to do anything else.
Lots of great plays here from Marvel's Tokyo. Now taking shots there onto Nick. You gotta love the pace of this game. While we thought it was starting to slow down and maybe we'd see some more players, which we do see a few more players in this zone, it really started to speed up immediately after we said that. So That's what you love to see. The action is non-stop here in this lobby, and it makes these games just that much more exciting to watch as they unfold.
And again, it's those dash charges. It makes for a stacked end game because everyone has natural mobility available to them. Everyone can make it into the zones. They don't have to invest their own materials, their own heals. They can just stick to their guts, stay in the water, and rotate into every single zone without having to use any of their own resources. VESL and Olaf starting it slow in this game. They have a good position here in zone atop the bridge, so they will have that natural high ground to look down and back towards the edge zone to hold these players out. Trash is good, and Taktua starting to have some problems. They have the dashes available to them down in the water, but VESL and Olaf are connecting plenty of shots. They are aware of the team close by in Void and Scissors, all top competitors here in this lobby. But they're well aware of each other, respecting the few boxes between the two of them, and that the fact that there are so many players down below that have to make their way into this zone.
Yeah, there is. Ultimately, though, Sinister Void and Scissor have a lot of pressure on their shoulders from this moment on, right? Can they maintain the run, right? This is the run for the win. The final few opportunities they have to solidify it. And realistically, if they do go down early in any of these games, it could end up shifting depending on how the other teams react. And that's what it comes down to, is these other teams that are paying attention to what this team is doing need to respond. They need to either pick up the pace in eliminations. They need to maybe look for the team that's most aggressive. Go third party them as they're getting aggressive, right? There's a lot of things that these teams need to do to kind of shift the tide, if you will, but none of them are really fully committing to it. We've actually gone, if you noticed, Ben, a full zone without a team or player going down. So this is starting to get a little more serious, right? They're taking it a little more seriously because they realize how valuable the win is with that win bonus live.
And these moving zones are going to be really stacked. All these players trying to hold on to as many materials as possible. Scissors and Void setting up for that next zone rotate to hold on to this high ground position. They'll go ahead and pre-tarp up, get this little bit of a sky ramp going, solidify their own base. Looking down, the bridge is blocking a lot of their line of sight. They won't have a view on a couple of teams rotating down below. All these builds stacked up on top of each other. Kaizlock, no materials left. Marvels, Tokyo having all of them, but already knocked. Void will find one. VESL finds the other. As VESL loses Olaf at some point in this game, now operating as a solo, will make things a little bit more difficult. Maybe I spoke too soon. Olaf just on the other end.
We love the spectator client here in Fortnite. Sometimes it likes to play tricks on us, but you know, we still try to keep it as on point as possible. But here we go. The teams are going. It looks like Get Slayed is getting absolutely focused there for a moment. 250 aim, though, on the edge zone. They need to start moving. Him and Saturn immediately going on either side. Oh, I thought for a second going on either side of Ramadan and Zach, but decided to both opt to go to the right. Now, Zach and Ramadan are going to need to rotate. This could be a good fight. We've seen some beef between these two teams here, and so it would be good to see them go head-to-head, but now it's the high ground, and who else do we see but Void and Scissor on height?
Generally 250 aim, liking to take high ground in that 7th zone. Didn't have an opportunity this time, so Scissors and Void fully capitalizing, funneling all those hard builds to Scissors' way to go ahead and tarp ahead. They'll have a nice and fortified position. Monk just below with Duo, holding on to those builds from above to make sure they don't get sprayed out. Scissors and Void doing a great job of applying pressure on this lobby. You don't want players to look up and try and spray you out. At least Scissors has that Flowberry Fizz to try and negate some of that fog damage. They have issues. Trash is good, racking up some eliminations there in the feed. Zach FN and I Miss Ramadan rotating in as we do see some players brawling on the backside of zone, causing issues for them. Scissors and Void stacking up these armored walls, trying to establish an ultimate height to look down on this lobby and continue to cause some chaos.
And chaos is indeed what they're going to cause as shots are raining in. Ramadan being that is affected there for just a moment. Get some shots taken on to him, but Scissor now just going to try to reconnect here with Void. He's going to go ahead and hit the Flowberry Fizz just to make sure anything happens here, because they are on just a few ramps. You do see that they are solidified there with the metal walls, but if you look back further into the storm, it's not so secure. But these teams are now battling it out. A lot of our top 5 here still alive yet again, and that's been the consistent thing we've seen. Our top 5 doesn't go down. They seem to be making it to these end games fairly often, and that is why they find themselves up at the top of the leaderboard.
Top 5 situation now for Saturn to try and clutch up, taking a lot of pressure from high ground. Void is still on top. Zach FN also forced to clutch up here as a solo in this game. Void being chopped out, having to drop down to the mid-ground layer, but still establishing that height. Have plenty of materials to hold on to it. Zach FN tunneling through, using a little bit of hard materials left to stay in this game. Zone is now pushing them out of this box. So a little bit of a heal off. That storm play is there to pop that second med kit to move back into zone. Maybe aware of some extra loot, but the player spots them out. That's going to be Astro finding them. Zach FN will fall. Olaf and Vazforce, however, still in this game, looking to pressure up the high ground in the 2v2 scenario for the victory royale. Olaf, Vazforce, armored walls in hands, plenty of extra loot. They're able to pick up all of those refreshes from the players being eliminated on low ground, so they're set up very well. Void and Scissors now starting to run out of loot. Only wood left in inventory. All of the armored walls depleted, but they're hitting the big shots. The beam down low. Olaf and company taking a lot of damage here, trying to close the game. Moments to pop the minis, maybe even a big pot. But again, Void and Scissors, they have that Flowberry Fizz, and it's only a matter of time before they drop down low and take the fight. And here it is, straight into the box now, straight 1v1. Void not winning that engagement. Scissors left to clutch up, will trade the teammate, has the health advantage, but no mats left. Olaf has a few, but straight into the box. Scissors will go and lands the final shot. Scissors clutching up for the teammate and taking home the victory royale.
Absolutely incredible finish there for Void and Scissor. Another 10 elimination win for them. I mean, come on.
47? 47? Come on now. 47?
Yeah, we're halfway through day number 2 of the grand finals and day number 3 of the full Fortnite competition, and it's just, I don't even know what to say. It's literally just not possible.
It's
I
pure
think, at
dominance.
this point. Yeah, to stop them, unless they stop playing right now and they give up the next 3 games, I don't know if we could see somebody be taken out. We'll have to check the leaderboard after this game, or after this break, I should say, to find out where it's all at here at the midway point. But don't go anywhere, folks. We have a ton of incredible action coming your way. You don't want to miss it. We'll see you soon.
I want to finally get my game out there. I want to make it big. I want to post it on Steam and have everybody playing it, because I know what gamers would want from it. Instead of these giant corporations that think they know what gamers want, I am a gamer. I know exactly what they want. My name is Xavier Lewis. I've always loved games, and I've been playing them ever since I was a kid. So I submitted this essay on VESL about my passion. These guys hooked me up. I got pulled out of class. I have my own gaming PC, my whole setup right here for me. It's my first time having a decent gaming PC. I do have one at home, but it cannot run anything. So I've been struggling with that. I've been struggling with game development because of that. You know, you need performance and optimization. I've only been in VESL for this semester. I've just learned about it, and I'm finally getting acclimated to everything. I'm in a Discord, all the announcements, all the tournaments and games they got. They love my ideas, and they're willing to put forward with. They really go all the way with it.
Overall picture of where you want to go, you want to be the game developer.
I do.
In a perfect world, tell me what your company would look like.
Anybody can submit any ideas. It's full transparency. You tell us exactly what you want from the game, how you want to play. You're the one playing it. We're the ones making it for you. I really appreciate the opportunity. I really do.
My name is Keon. My in-game name is MistyBot, and I play for Jack Brett High School.
My name is Israel. My in-game name is Cornbread, and I play for Jack Brett as well. I remember the day. It was New Year's Day 2015. My dad got me Smash 4 on the Wii U, and I thought just like the crossover of all these characters that I knew from different places, like interacting, existing in the same space, it was something very fascinating to me.
Big Belly will defend them, get them to a game number 5. They have to get the set all the way the other way. Oh no! That's it!
I first heard about VESL from my good friend Mupkipo, and he told me about it, and I was like, that sounds cool. I don't really go to anything besides locals and Smash. Doing this in high school pretty cool.
As for me, I heard about VESL because of Misty. He actually put me on, so shout out to him. But through VESL, I've definitely been able to show my stuff more. I'm really happy to have this opportunity to put my Smash addiction to good use. Just to see an entity like VESL interface with the high school ecosystem and have these tournaments that are just run so well, I'm ever grateful. Like, this is really cool.
He was trying to get the King rule out of the way. He keeps going with that lightning. 3 lightnings in a row. But this alligator, he's made of rubber.
To prepare for states and just competing in general, I've been playing the game a lot more than I usually do. I get some games in where I can, and I look at new tech because the meta's changed a lot.
Me and my friend, we're about to look at all the VODs to see and like prepare for each specific opponent, not just the character matchup.
I'll contrast for Misty and say I know zero zilch about any other players in the league, so I'm just gonna roll with the punches and dish them out where I can.
Mr. Ranger up in the 150s, 160. That's gonna be the second stock. And dude, the cornbread game swinging.
A championship win for me served as some affirmation to my freshman self that while I definitely had a Smash problem, my time wasn't all wasted.
Championship win, how much I've improved as a player, being recognized your skill and how great you play.
There and avoiding getting hit as well, but nah, that's it. He's gonna be sent into the
prize money. Really, I would just save for college. Like, there's nothing really I want to buy or I need to buy.
I'll save most of the money. It'll help me out on a rainy day. As for short term though, there's a concert that I'm trying to go to in September, and prize money would be my ticket and then some.
I really do want to swim in college, and if I had the opportunity to play Smash on the side, I definitely will take it because I do love this game.
The school that I'm going to does have an esports club, and from what I've heard, a thriving Smash scene, so I'm looking forward to being a participant in that, not so much for the glory, but for the community, because that's just as much if not more important.
I am not excited to play Palisades. All the characters they play I struggle with against personally, but everyone else, except for a little gamer's brother who plays Bayonetta, I'm fine with playing against and very confident against.
I were to answer the question, who am I excited to fight? Someone who adapts, shows me new things that I didn't know about the game, makes me change my perspective on Smash in general, and I guess to sum it up in one word, I'm looking for a challenge.
My name is Keon. In-game name is MistyBot, and I play for Jack Brett High School.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the North Carolina Varsity STEM State Championship! Let's go!
Manufacturing is one of those important pathways here at STEM, and we are going to get to see why it is such a unique and cool experience for the kids. These students have learned to utilize virtual wind tunnels to analyze how aerodynamics work with their cars and how they're redesigned for maximum performance in track.
3, 2, 1, launch!
Oh, and the racing. Let's go.
It's amazing. I spent so much time on this car learning about aerodynamics, and it's proving itself right now.
You just won your whole team gaming PCs.
Farming, it's a major industry of North Carolina, and ag tech is the combination of agriculture and technology. All of these teams across North Carolina, they learned about the technology of precision farming to optimize the outputs of their soil.
Up later with maybe some forklifts. Oh, they get caught on the front nose. It's exactly what my grandpa always told me to not mess with on the field.
No.
Percy and Project Man will collide with one another.
But right now, Harnett is trying to bring it back in the foul falls. He misses out on a massive opportunity. It's all over!
Victory will go to the Lions out of Harnett County. Congratulations.
I think my key was just teamwork and just Kenneth and Bill, all of us three just working together.
They did the work consistent throughout their entire harvest. Shout out to these young gentlemen.
Teaching entrepreneurship equips our youth with versatile skills that drive innovation and success across all industries. Skills like business and project management, adaptability, strategic thinking, marketing, and networking have all been learned through our online curriculum and competitions. Teams have been competing throughout the regular season by managing a startup, adapting adapting to market changes and diversifying their portfolio before advertising their products in a simulated auction event, which they will be doing today. Students are presenting artwork that they created over the season, marketing it through the event, and auctioning it off to a live audience.
We decided to go on with a planet because we are here to show that with new technology, the sky is not our limit anymore.
It's coming down to the wire. It's about 2, 1, and there it is.
Game Dev 200.
This trance-like state occurs when the game's difficulty matches a player's skill. The flow state? Absolutely, yes, you totally got it right. 900 points. We are giving the win to Carver High School. They are getting the esports arena at their school.
Right there in the middle. Hey! The VESL Duo Cup continues as we get ready for the second half of games here in... All right, it's done. Thank you guys so much for... I'm just kidding, guys. No, we have 3 more games left here on the day to finalize this top 5. But I'm going to be honest with you. After looking at the leaderboard and chatting with the team behind the scenes, it has been a pretty substantial run there for the top 5. It's going to be tough to break this top 5 up. But let's go ahead and take a moment and see. Do we have the leaderboard? Maybe we have the leaderboard for you.
I don't know. We might.
We might have something for you to look at. Nevertheless, we'll save it for the middle of that game as we get ready for game number 4. Again, we're in the second half of the games for today. We got about a few seconds left until we get the battle bus loaded, ready to go. Can Void be stopped?
I'm gonna be honest. I don't think so. I think, we talked about it during the break just a little bit briefly, right? I think the only way to realistically slow them down, because they're averaging top 3 basically every single game, you got to land on them. Somebody's got to land on them. Somebody's got to do something to play spoiler to their game plan, because if they make it off spawn, they're just way too consistent.
You know, I could not agree more, but it is time here, folks. Let's dive straight on into the action.
Here we go. Game number 4. 2 more to go after this round. We'll be dropping in onto the island. Saturn and 250 aim making their way over to the underworld, trying to grab themselves some loot and get off spawn once again. They've been having some contestation and been trying to take some of these fights off spawn consistently game after game, but it looks like Saturn and 250 aim maybe looking over towards the raft. And if we know who lands there, Vazforce and company have been uncontested from start to finish. I think Saturn and 250 aim trying to stick to their game plan here as they've been making it off spawn every single time consistently here. Gonna stick to the underworld, grab the loot they can, and then move from there. Get Slade and Saktua still trying to warm up here as they're looking towards this launch pad to dive down towards the low ground. They notice Charge Flame, low drop. Maybe an opportunity for a double pickaxe. I don't know. The campsite is open and ready for the takings. Get Slade will make the charge up and over towards the chest. Taktua also making it over. So that solo player has to adjust their game plan. Just trying to charge through the middle of these 2 players. Charge Flame. Not going to work out this time. The knock is there. Taktua connecting the shots. Get Slade getting the confirm. Now this duo will try and find the solo teammate, which seems to be down below in the cave system itself. Get Slade, Taktua looting up all the barrels they can. It's a little bit of a secret spot. I don't think a lot of players know about. Cap shield off the rip. You can get yourself into that little hut there. Void and Scissors still over at the Castle of Doom. This time, though, the players underneath are still causing some problems as they continue to land and contest the top team on the leaderboard.
Yeah, a lot to contest here, folks, as Void and Scissor do have a 200-plus point lead here over the competition. Red Death now jumping up here to challenge him with defeat. And unfortunately, the only defeat that's coming through is on to them as Void drop it down. Big shot comes through. He's going to get the one knock. He's going to look for two. Can he find defeats as he attempts to run away and disengage? But if I know anything, it's that Void will not give up. He's going to hunt for the elimination as now defeat ends up circling back closer towards his teammate. And of course, his teammate dives into that as well. Back over to a different fight. As, oh, there it is in the feed. Void ends up picking up the elimination on to that duo. So congratulations to them. But unfortunate here for Ramadan and Zach as they have gone down as well.
Ramadan and Zach have been showing out a little bit throughout some of these games. To see them fall this early on is pretty uncommon. Marvels, Tokyo, and Kaislock cleaning them up. Maybe a switch and drop spot. Not sure who was landing there, but obviously no match for this duo who has been consistent at Rebels Roost. And now they'll take those two eliminations with pride and move on through this lobby. Zach and I Miss Ramadan are going to need to take that one on the chin and move on to game number 5. But 4 will continue. 42 players remain. Kaislock and Marvel's Tokyo capping out those materials where need be. Rotating into this zone with no enemies nearby. If you check that mini map there in the bottom right corner, you won't see any players in the nearby vicinity. But Trash is good, and Big Step Arens still fighting. Brawlers Battleground. OKK BF still there, stuck in the box. Both players trying to hold on here, but some shots from the side from Beemans. Trash is good, taking a lot of damage. Big Step Arens also low HP. So every single player in this engagement trying to find a second to heal back up, get back into the fight. The duos starting to regroup, find a moment to breathe. Big Step Arens reloading to get back into this fight. OKK BF drop into the low ground, looking for some barrels, get some of the wide HP back into the mix, but Beemans catches a big shot from Big Step Arens. So now Trash is good. Both players straight onto the wall and straight into the box. Straight back to the lobby for OKK BF and Beemans. Trash is good. Big Step Arens locking down the drop spot.
Locking down the drop spot, but not locking down their place at the top of the VESL Yearly Cup. Because, Chad, if you didn't know, the VESL Yearly Cup is going to be happening starting this school year right here in the fall. Now, it's going to last through the fall and the spring, and it is an incredible opportunity for both competitive players and your casual players alike. Join us as we get ready for one of the coolest competitions VESL has ever put on. So yes, we have the regular league games. We all know them, we love them, but the VESL Yearly Cup is a little different. We have games like Apex, which will be happening on October 11th through the 13th. Make sure to follow up and check out for announcements coming on socials for that soon. We have Valorant, Fall Guys, and Brawlhalla as well. Lots of great options, lots of great tournaments going on. You do not want to miss the VESL Yearly Cup. Make sure you go to thenotwork.org/register to get signed up and get involved here in the VESL Yearly Cup. So much going on here at VESL. You do not want to miss it.
The Soul duo, Nick and Jerry, holding on. Crispy in the distance, taking some shots. Bad work, Luke, picking up an elimination on the Monks in the feed. Fights going down across the island. Players start to dwindle. Jerry Soul grabbing themselves a little bit of a cactus. 4 trying to make their own path into this zone. A couple duos close by, all converging on them, it seems like. Take a look at that mini map. Start to see a lot of players starting to get involved. Be Big Step Arens and Trash is good. Gliding in. Hot off 2 eliminations and the duo wipe. This team still is hungry for more. Gonna be Nick Sold looking for the flank here, but that burst assault rifle, too powerful. The big shots immediately off the fizz. They want to try and get straight into this fight. Again, the third party causing them problems. Nick Sold fully starting to rotate away. Will Trash is good be able to identify where Nick is hiding. Jerry Sold up above. Nick wants to lurk down below. Make sure that they don't make any noise, as this other third party still wants to try and get involved. Void and Scissor, however, finding 2 eliminations, looking for more. Stuck into the bush now. Void is knocked. Scissor's trying to clean things up. Finds the knock onto 1, but it's going to be Mailbox forced to try and clutch up in this situation. But Scissors finds at least the confirm onto one.
I gotta know what's going on with that other fight. We gotta go back. I gotta see. Did Void end up getting picked back up? There we go. Okay, Void does get picked back up. Ooh, that's huge. All right. So it looks like Void got picked back up and the other one ended up escaping. So this is good to know. Three eliminations. Good on them. Let's now switch back over. Trash is good. Another top 5 contender here, struggling as he's lost Big Steppa.
Trash is good. Still in the fight, though. Trying to find some of this extra loot, but Nick is sold with the sneaky angle to just find the ankles of the player and take them out. Now getting the clutch res to get both players, Nick and Jerry, back into the fight. But a third party seems to want a piece of that. It's going to be Crispy now starting to get involved. Big beams onto Nick. Was forced to drop down to low. Crispy diving straight in. Not going to waste any time, but Storm. Both players, in fact, not realizing Nick has gone back to the same hiding spot he was in before with no clue at all. Nick is just around the corner, not even 10 meters away, just right below. Not a care in the world. Was so quick to hop into that hiding spot, and it's paid off to keep them in the fight.
I'm not surprised in a situation like that they're going to be able to do just that. Yaz and Valk, though, unfortunately, gonna show a little bit of disrespect there to Demp Dog and his teammate, which had been having some success this time around. But you know what? That's just how it goes sometimes. You can't always win them all. But Yaz and Valk looking to make a comeback here in the day because we haven't seen too much action coming from them.
Scissors and Void still having problems, and this time around, it's the Bagwork duo. It's Luke and Sam, and they're straight in, claiming the piece control, knocking Void once again, so now Scissors has to clutch up another big shot. Luke and Sam taking down first place early in this game, so that opens the door. Who's going to do something about it? In the Bagwork duo, high morale, taking down the best of the best in this lobby when they were at their weakest. Now they'll go ahead and move on through the rest. Over the first time in this competition, basically, Void and company will be sitting in the lobby.
Yeah, you know, that's tough. That's a tough loss here for this lobby. VASForce going down is a tough loss as well. This is a lot of stuff that we did not anticipate seeing at this point in the game. A lot of the top contenders struggling to stay alive in this one, and this could be massive. Even though there is a 200+ point difference between first and second, that does not mean it's impossible for second to come back.
Crispy and Storm still holding on in this game. That Bagwork duo still reveling in their build fight against the Titans in this lobby. Just trying to pick out what they would like from that loot they were able to acquire. Crispy and Storm just waiting for them to finish what they're doing before they can make their way into the zone using the Nitro Circle. But Nick sold, Jerry sold. Nick trying to get Jerry back into the fight here. We'll be able to do so. Those armored walls playing a big part in making sure there was no third party. Jerry gliding back in. Looking to grab some of this extra loot. At least the Monarch pistol and inventory will help with that. Some more lying around as well. Some goodies scattered. But gonna have to take their time to loot on up. Storm, YT, Crispy, finally making their way through that ring and over towards this build fight. We'll get a better look at the plane that lies ahead. But now the Bagwork duo not slowing down. High off the win against Void, still wanting to fight more.
You know, I respect it. Wanting to continue these fights going on. You see Bagwork, Sam, Luke. They're doing a good job playing what they can together. Marvel's Tokyo, though, going to get knocked down. It's Kaizlock here playing alongside him. Now, though, for the team above, they have the advantage, but do they have the win? That's the real question, because Marvel's Tokyo and Kaizlock are a phenomenal team. They have what it takes to win the game, but can they do it here today?
Marvel's Tokyo has to work double time, taking a lot of fall damage here with no whites in inventory, no opportunity to heal back up. So just having to use the Flowberry Fizz and the bit that they have, but they're going to go up for high ground. They want to challenge for it. They're not going to shy away from this fight. Both players attacking two different angles. Limes quick to identify, get at least one shot on target. but fired back their way. Limes below 10 HP. Marvel's Tokyo straight into the box now, starting to heat up. Finds one. The teammate finds the other. They both took 1v1s, and they both come out with the W.
That is a great way to play this one out here for them, and they're going to be able to focus up and continue moving forward. You love to see it. I was curious, I should say, how that was going to play out, and it played out just as I anticipated. Tokyo is another one I had the opportunity to meet during the Ken Beans video. Phenomenal player. Great to have them involved in that one, and so good to see them still finding success yet here today.
Bagwork Sam and Luke now on 6 eliminations. This duo is starting to look like the new Void as they're approaching that 10 elimination mark, only looking for 2 more duos to add to their tally. They're in the underworld now, so mobility is not going to be a problem. Recycling some of these rifts off the island, maybe even contesting for it. Not this time. It's going to rotate back over towards the raft, looking for players down below. Million Arc hiding in the bush with their teammate. As well as Taktua gets slayed in the distance. Jerry sold. Also just a couple 100 meters away. Trying to pick their fights here, position themselves well. Taktua gets slayed, split up now at this point. So get slayed as a solo. Bagwork Sam, quick to get a shot on target, just below 100 HP now. Connecting with the AR, quick wheeled to find 1 knock. Looking for the teammate though. The perfect timing from this team. Bagwork low HP. You see Sam turn to throw the big pot to get that teammate healed back up. Taktua swimming away. Sam looking to connect some shots here. Not able to do so, but again, the mobility is just too strong in this area of the map. They might just have to take the wins where they can. That 1 elimination will have to do for now.
Great start here for them, but Bagwork Sam and Luke still need to finish this one out strong. Remember, they are not necessarily one of the top contenders for that first place spot, but they are still a contender nonetheless. So a big game here could solidify them a nice spot on the leaderboard. We'll have to wait and see how that plays out. But Sam and Luke both are on an interesting side of the zone. Yep. Oh, there's Luke taking on Taktua episode number 2. And unfortunately for Taktua, is going to have to Taktua the lobby.
Circled back a little bit too quickly there. Tried to go for the teammate's card, but Luke was on top of it, waiting on the reboot card, waiting for Taktua to circle back and try and collect it just to pick up that elimination. A great play from the Bagwork duo. Now on to 8 eliminations. It will continue on. Funny, Bagwork Sam leading the charge in most of these fights, but only pulling out 1 elimination. Luke cleaning up 7 so far, as this lobby count is dropping so much faster than the last few games that we've seen in the underworld. But they're holding strong to continue to protect their territory more than anything. They're clearing these back corners of the map, making sure that there's nobody hiding that could possibly have a flank on them.
One thing I see coming here for Luke and Sam is a bright future and a bright finish here to the end of this game, as they are just moments away from walking away the victors here of the spoils of aggression. They have been non-stop going and fighting for these teams with Void and his teammate out. Olaf, though, doing a good job of holding on. It's Marvel's Tokyo and Kaizlock in the air. And while they have been doing a pretty exceptional, they seem to be the focus of a few other teams. And it's one of those things you have to be cautious of and careful with when you're flying in the air. Anytime you take those launch pads, those rifts, or anything that puts you up high in the sky, you need to be mindful of what comes next, and that is the shots from some pretty talented players.
And Olaf has not been shying away from fights no matter what, even if they are missing a teammate. 250 aim and Saturn now set up. This is the 250 aim we're used to seeing, the passive play style in the mid game to a more aggressive, height focused style in the end game. And they're doing just that. Again, taking high ground early, just putting shots down, using their ARs. Storm YT, Crispy, Astro, all taking damage from this duo that is up on the high ground. They're fighting in the Storm. It's going to be a 2v1. Crispy and Storm up against the player below. But now you see those flare guns coming in, that splash damage, the revealing ping effect. They'll have to disengage and go towards this right side of zone. A great play here, using the dashes, moving to the side of zone that's going to be readily available as it starts to open up. The players below, finding a nice position underneath the bridge. High ground still with the line of sight on them, so they could, in theory, spray down to Million Arc and Astro. But again, they're going to focus on this zone. They don't have far to go, and they've now cleared out this entire side. So 250 aim and Saturn. Free rotation as this zone starts to pull over. Keeps moving. Open real estate. Will move all the way towards the center. So textbook gameplay from this duo.
Lots of great stuff here as Zone 6 begins to close. We see 9 total teams left in this one at this moment, so it is dwindling down and dwindling down quick. Remember, we had a good fight there going in the 7th and 8th zone of the last game, but I have a feeling it's going to be slightly different here for this next one, because with these charges and the jumps that of the skulls that you see around the bodies right now, it gives them just a little bit more of an advantage to be aggressive and to be in those fights. So we'll have to wait and see if 250 aim and Saturn take advantage of the lead in the zone that they have. But now we switch over to Kaizlock and Marvel Tokyo, who looks like are just gonna kind of relax, chill in the middle of the zone, and hope that it pulls in their direction.
And being centered more often than not works out, but this time not going to be in their favor, as 7th zone will pull just on the other side. They've at least split the difference. Don't have to rotate the full length of zone. They are central. Only problem with this is they have to worry about enemies from all 360 degrees. Marvel's Tokyo spotting things out. Want to choose a direction. Do they move through the land? Do they go for the water and try and dash their way into this zone? There's a couple of options, especially with the Bagwork duo located ahead and shots ringing off in the distance. You want to make sure that you choose the right direction. Still on 8 eliminations, this duo fizzing up, getting the HP in a more comfortable place before moving through. But Marvel's Tokyo just waiting for them. Opens up immediately the moment that edit is there, and Bagwork Sam will not be able to adjust that rotation. You saw Luke quickly use one of those charges to dash towards the water and away from that team. Sam not able to follow. Luke now a solo. Needs to try and work alone. Cook something up here. Same thing with Jerry Sold. Not having Nick in the game this time. This water will be of great help to operate as a solo.
Good movement here. Gets himself on the side of zone. It's a little bit more covered. Now, just going to have to box up and wait. Hopefully finding something that they can make of this particular moment. It's not a good one. Once you lose your teammate in the end game, especially an end game this open, it just becomes more and more of a problem, especially when you have a team like Astro, like Million Arc, who are just going to sit there and pummel down the pressure. All of this is going to be a tough bowl of scenarios for Jerry to build himself out of.
And that's the problem, right? He's playing like a solo as well. So Million Arc and Astro, you can see him leaning over the top of their builds. They're like, is this really a solo? Is this worth us pushing? Because if it is, it could be a free elimination without us having to worry about alt too much. You want to make sure you overbuild there. Use those hard mats. Marvel's Tokyo finally connecting. Valk getting taken down. 250 aim, and Saturn finding themselves atop the high ground once again. Olaf in the distance, finding an elimination onto Storm YT. We're just inside the top 10 now. Zone will pull maximum distance away, and I love this from 250 aim. The pop of the Flowberry Fizz and those dash charges. That easy sailing. Free rotations into the zone to hold the rest of this lobby out.
And that is one thing that we have seen happen time and time again, is good players are the ones that are ahead of zone and get ready for the action that is to come. And that's what you see here from Astro, Million Arc. You see it from 250 aim in Saturn. These teams know exactly where they need to be to prepare for the final moments.
Million Arc Astro fully recovered at this point from issues they had earlier on in this match. Eyeing up this right side of zone, trying to make sure the team just above doesn't notice them, and they're doing a great job positioning just outside the slurp truck. No need to use it though, just trying to use some of the cliffs here in the underworld biome. to make sure that they can keep that line of sight cover. They will be split up for the time being, Millenarch and Astro, but they do have a solo boxing up close by. Yaz is Wash on that front side of zone. See Crispy rotating in as well. Lots of solos in this lobby. 250 aim and Saturn still atop that high ground, not falting for a moment. They know they have better presence than any other duo in this lobby right now, just raining down fire, using those burst assault rifles, keeping this lobby at bay. Astro Millionart making their way back together. Zone pulls just over the water a little bit, so 250 aim and Saturn will have a relatively easy rotate, so they'll be looking backside of zone here to see if they can get any shots.
Smart here from them, as we expected. 250 aim and Saturn are going to go for and maintain high ground here for a little bit. And without Void and his teammate in this one, it looks like this could be a good time for them to do it. Remember, that's the team that has been challenging them for high ground every time and taking it. And since they aren't present, 250 aim and Saturn are not only set to win this game, but set to win it with a ton of eliminations. But as I say that, they immediately disengage and go for the low ground. Interesting play. They are going to opt to go ahead and get ahead here for the time being, which is honestly definitely a good play as well. You do not want to find yourself just up in the high ground if you don't have all the resources and material necessary to do what you need to do. But Olaf, despite being a solo player for what feels like an eternity, is still racking up points for the team.
Playing their life so well here, has made it into the top 5. 2 eliminations on that rotation on a Storm, and Bagwork Luke finding that extra loot. The Doom Medallion, as well as a full refresh on materials. That 500 wood and 500 metal will bode well for the rest of this end game. Olaf now popping the Flowberry Fizz as a duo starting to pressure onto that wall, but it's just going to be solos in the distance. It's going to be Yaz. It's going to be Valk, who have both stayed in this game for a long time as solos themselves. Olaf is holding onto it for the time being, looking for the free piece and the full cone off. Yaz is stuck here in an awkward angle. Olaf not wanting to force the peek, knows that Yaz has to make an awkward rotate. Again, popping that Flowberry Fizz, getting the shield back into a great position. There's the pre-fire on to the flare, but again, it's gonna ward off the duo, but not keep the solo from causing problems. Olaf is stuck. Millionarch and Astro cleaning that one up. Kaislok dropping down, trying to pick up some of this extra loot to make their way through the rest of this end game. This duo has stayed in the mix for so long. It's gonna be a 2v2v2 in the top 3 now. We still have 250 aim and Saturn, who have made their way back up to the high ground, looking to close this game out strong.
It looks like it's a competition for second place, because 250 aim and Saturn have the high ground. The pressure raining down from above. It's too much for these teams to handle. Kaislok goes down. Other teams go down. And it's all down to this, a 2v1. Height versus low ground. Can Tokyo do it? No, he cannot, as 250 aim and Saturn win another game.
They were looking for that for so long. So many issues up on high ground. They claimed it early, then they lost it. They claimed it again, they lost it. And they claimed it a 3rd time during moving zones, and finally were able to close out that game.
You love to see it, just like we love getting some updates for you all. Those are right around the corner, so do not go anywhere. We'll be right back after this quick break. Welcome to the Varsity and Esports STEM League, where high school students can compete in video games and STEM pathways, allowing them to win prizes and build life-changing opportunities. VESL helps guide students towards discovering their career pathways in and after high school by engaging them in fun, competitive competitions that build real-life skills such as problem-solving, teamwork, and accountability. VESL began just 2 years ago with a handful of Charlotte-Mecklenburg schools. Now, VESL is supported by the entire state with over 200 schools and 3,000 active students. With no expensive requirements to participate, VESL makes itself the most accessible esports and STEM league in North Carolina. The league is even accessible to students who only have access to a phone through our Notwork platform. Students interested in esports will have the chance to compete against other schools across the state, showcasing their skills during a 7-week regular season leading into regional playoffs and a state championship. This fall season will offer Rocket League, Overwatch 2, College Football 25, and Super Smash Bros. In a season-long competition. Not interested in those game titles? Well, no worries. We have all sorts of exciting tournaments and casual game nights happening throughout the season as well, featuring over 30 game titles. Registration for the fall 2024 season is now open and will close on September 20th. Seeding for teams will also take place on September 23rd, and the regular season begins on September 30th. The season will end with the state championship taking place later in the fall. VESL will share more details soon as we get closer to the main event. On top of all that, we present the VESL Yearly Cup. With a focus on players' versatility and adaptability, VYC features 8 standout esports titles that form an integrated competition lasting the entire school year. This fall 2024 season's VYC features Apex, Valorant, Fall Guys, and Brawlhalla. Each game will impact the overall rankings with a cumulative scoring system determining the final top 3 performers at the end of the school year. We will also be holding several events prior to the official league season, including our Super Smash Bros. Draft Clash and Fortnite. Keep a lookout on socials for more details to come about VYC. VESL also offers a STEM league geared towards teaching students valuable skills and rewarding them for their achievements. STEM players compete during a regular season in various topics, rotated through an 8-week schedule, giving students valuable exposure to STEM fields like engineering, agri-tech, game development, and more. Competitions are broken into bite-sized, self-paced challenges where students learn real-world skills and tackle challenges in a flexible time frame. All of this supported by online resources and guidance from our STEM coaches. Players earn rewards upon completing competitions, with each student participating individually and contributing to their school's overall performance. Teams compete against other high schools across North Carolina, with top performing teams advancing through the season to an in-person championship where teams can earn some awesome prizes. The STEM season will begin on September 26th and run through November 21st. Registration is now accessible through our new learning social platform, Knotwork. Knotwork is an innovative platform that leverages technology to meet high school students where they are and takes them where they want to be. This includes an all-in-one location for leaderboards and stats throughout our competitive season, innovative ways to connect with STEM, and much, much more. Once students have grown in their network by interacting in the social experience, they can earn a chance to access a brand new experience coming soon to the Knotwork app. Representatives from VESL will connect with students and teachers to help with registration and answer questions about the season. We're excited about everything new and are thrilled to make this the best VESL season yet.
My name is Keon. My in-game name is MistyBot, and I play for Jack Brett High School.
My name is Israel. My in-game name is Cornbread, and I play for Jack Brett as well. I remember the day. It was New Year's Day 2015. My dad got me Smash 4 on the Wii U, and I thought just like the crossover of all these characters that I knew from different places, like interacting, existing in the same space, it was something very fascinating to me.
Big Belly will defend them, get them to a game number 5. They have to get the set all the way the other way. Oh no! That's it!
I first heard about VESL from my good friend Kippo, and he told me about it, and I was like, that sounds cool. I don't really go to anything besides locals and Smash. Doing this in high school, pretty cool.
As for me, I heard about VESL because of Misty. He actually put me on, so shout out to him. But through VESL, I've definitely been able to show my stuff more. I'm really happy to have this opportunity to put my Smash addiction to good use. Just to see an entity like VESL interface with the high school ecosystem and have these tournaments that are just run so well, I'm ever grateful. Like, this is really cool.
He was trying to get the King K rule out of the way. He keeps going with that lightning. 3 lightnings in a row. But this alligator, he's made of rubber.
To prepare for states and just competing in general, I've been playing the game a lot more than I usually do. I get some games in where I can, and I look at new tech because the meta's changed a lot.
Me and my friend, we're about to look at all the VODs to see and like prepare for each specific opponent, not just the character matchup.
I'll contrast for Misty and say I know zero zilch about any other players in the league, so I'm just gonna roll with the punches and dish them out where I can.
Ranger up in the 150s, 160. That's gonna be the second stock. Dude, the Cornbread game swinging.
A championship win for me served as some affirmation to my freshman self that while I definitely had a Smash problem, my time wasn't all wasted.
Championship win, how much I've improved as a player. Being recognized, your skill, and how great you play.
There and avoiding getting hit as well. But nah, that's it. That's it. He's gonna be sent into the
prize money. Really, I would just save for college. Like, there's nothing really I want to buy or I need to buy.
I'll save most of the money. It'll help me out on a rainy day. As for short term though, there's a concert that I'm trying to go to in September, and prize money would be my ticket and then some.
I really do want to swim in college, and if I had the opportunity to play Smash on the side, definitely will take it because I do love this game.
The school that I'm going to does have an esports club and, from what I've heard, a thriving Smash scene. So I'm looking forward to being a participant in that, not so much for the glory, but for the community, because that's just as much, if not more important.
I am not excited to play Palisades. All the characters they play I struggle with against personally, but everyone else, except for a little gamer's brother who plays Bayonetta, I'm fine with playing.
With only 2 games remaining, it is time to break down the final moments of our competition. The penultimate game is here, and the lead is starting to dwindle. Can Void and his teammate hold it down? Will there be a new captor of that top spot? Well, this is the beginning of the end of the tournament, and this is really where we find out.
No, I mean, so many of these players have worked so hard to make it till this point, and we talked about what needed to happen for somebody to swoop in and take that first place spot, and that happened. We literally watched it Void with an early exit in the last game, dwindling that lead down to what I believe to be 140 points, which is absolutely obtainable in the last 2 games. So it's really up for grabs, assuming Void and company aren't able to make a miraculous comeback here in the last 2 games, which, you know, statistically, they should be back in the top 3 this game, but who knows? Who knows?
We'll see. We'll have to wait and see, but we're getting that battle bus loaded and ready to go here for our next game. And I'm going to be honest with you. There were some changes in drop spots I heard behind the scenes. Marvel's Tokyo and his teammate ended up landing, it sounds like, on Zach and his teammate, which is why we saw them struggle here in that last game. They ended up going down in 25th place. That is a massive change of pace there for them. So we'll have to wait and see if that's going to be the story for this duo, or will we see some more changes coming to the island? But guess what? It's time. Let's go ahead and start off by diving in with Saturn.
The players are loaded, and game number 5 is underway. Dropping onto the island, turning in with Saturn, trying to spice things up and make a play here in the last 2 rounds of competition. Not much left for these players to make something happen on that leaderboard. So you have to make every game count. 250 aim, dropping into the island, still committed to the play at the underworld. They've stayed uncontested this drop spot throughout the entirety of the competition. No reason to shift up the game plan. Will we see VESL change things up? Who will come in and play spoiler to Void and company to challenge that top spot?
That is a good question. What will it be here as we get ready for this game? It looks like dropping in right now. Wait.
VESL and Olaf with the surprise contestation. They're leaving the raft.
Ooh, interesting. Causing 250 aim and Saturn to go to a different location.
So the raft is uncontested.
No.
VESL and Olaf giving up arguably the best drop spot to try and contest 250 aim to take away that second place position. It's risky. It's a bold play. Obviously not playing out the way they thought it was with no team landing here now. They're going to have access to the loot and be set up well. But again, the best POI for the map is up for grabs right now for any duo to go and loot that medallion.
Wow. That's huge. Like, genuinely, I want you, just to give the viewers a better understanding, that's like giving up a free elimination pass, right? Imagine basically having an item that shows you players through walls, right? That is a legal item in the game, and they have given that up to try and challenge second place. Risky.
They're trying to swoop in and figured, hey, if we're not in contestation for first place, maybe we can move up into the ranks and move up in the levels of prize money in that top 5 position to try and take out some of the teams placed just above them. Not going to work out this time. Saturn doing a great job of staying aware in the moment to realize that, hey, we're being surprise conned right now. We don't know what team it is, but we know that it's obviously someone who wants us out of this lobby early on. So swerving away and looking for somewhere else to land was definitely the best call.
Yeah, it definitely was. But, ooh, here it is. Ayaz ends up getting a nice shot there onto Yaz. Yaz, though, immediately building, creating some separation. Does look like Ayaz is going to go for the fight here on to this counterpart in Valk, but Valk just has the better advantage here, spraying into the box, and both Yaz and Valk walk away with a couple more eliminations.
The emotes come out as well. We're going to celebrate that victory. The early exit for Dog and company. Yaz, Washed, and Valk picking up 2 crucial eliminations to lock down this side of the map. They already have everything they could possibly need and some points on the board as we just break inside the top 25. Placement points will start to roll here as Monk and Alex Barnett, again, Reckless Railway, stayed consistently contested throughout this competition. The bagwork duo of Luke and Sam now trying to cause problems. They're holding on to the building side, the little houses at Reckless Railways, while Monk and Alex Barnett are kind of set to the industrial end, looting the train station, trying to make something with what they have left. VESL Force picking up 2 eliminations over near the underworld. Again, the raft still fully uncontested. Left up for grabs for someone to go and loot that medallion. Alex Barnett, Monk, trading shots, looking for an opening to try and find a reason to full commit towards this fight. Neither duo's really wanting to overextend for this, but Saturn, 250 aim. It doesn't matter if they had to switch up the drop spot. They're still managing to put the pieces together there to find 1 elimination. Rotating out. Monk and Alex Barnett don't want any piece of this. They're going to move back towards the houses to loot what they can. Luke and Sam were setting up some sneaky angles here to try and look for a double commit. But now both players all deciding that they don't want to try and fight this. Just try and play for the end game.
And fight for the end game they do indeed, as Luke and Sam just going to go ahead and disengage from Reckless Railways. However, I'm going to be so real with you. They've had some success throughout the game. I haven't really seen much success from them in the end game. That's one thing that's lacking for this team. So hopefully they can adjust and change some of the ways that they've been playing it so that they can find that equal success they find in the mid game in the late game. However, you know as well as I do, Ben, it's hard to predict what the future holds here for teams like this.
A lot up for grabs for them. And Olaf and VESL Force really did try and make the play in this game. They have another shot to try and eliminate one of the teams above them on the leaderboard, but for the time being, they'll have to settle with whatever comes their way. Rotating over towards Doomstat. Try and look for some more opportunities at elimination points. Have a couple of AI looming around. Other than that, really nothing to be found. But they'll still continue to look. They have a lot of map to cover here. I mean, I spoke too soon as Goose rotating through. You see the mark come out from Olaf, so they're looking to commit here. Just below, Goose trying to spot them out. Here comes the flare gun, so now they'll have the marks. They know exactly where these players are. Not being able to cover up. Shocker taking a lot of damage here. VESL Force taking Goose on in a 1v1. Olaf quick to take out the teammate, and the full sweep is there. Expert execution coming out of this duo.
And that's the teamwork you love to see from VESL Force and Olaf. This team has continually made plays similar to this, and with them being in third place going into this game, they need to make more plays just like that. And so far, it looks like they may be leading in eliminations in this lobby as of right now. I see Void and Scissor have 2 eliminations. Looks like 250 Aim and Saturn have 1. And of course, VESL Force and Olaf have 4. So very, very good start for them. But doesn't mean it's over quite yet as the game continues on.
And the bagwork duo, again, clashing heads with Void and Scissors, who this time around want to try and contest for the forecast tower itself. They already have the card, but trying to use some of the extra heals here to make sure they're at full HP before they go and try and put it into the terminal. That will reveal 1 zone ahead for the entirety of the rest of this game. Sam and Luke now together, not even going to worry about putting the card in the terminal. They want to take the fight now, not even going to wait a moment. They got too aggressive in the last game, but will they be able to capitalize on it here? Big shots onto both players in the team. Void, nice little right-hand peek, finds one player. Luke on low HP. It's not going to be able to do anything about it this time. Void and Scissors seem to have found their stride once again.
Yeah, that was risky. I'm gonna be honest with you, Void. I know you were saucing him up, but you left that box open. All it takes is a couple burst beams from a good player like 250 aim to take you out.
It's that clutch factor, right? I mean, there's definitely such a thing as being overconfident when it comes to competitive Fortnite. This duo just needs to find that balance and not go down too early. VASForce, Olaf, still working their way around this map. They have the raft close by. They could, in theory, make the move over to try and loot the vault. It seemed like they might do just that. Of course, they get close enough to POI. They can see the marker on the mini-map, so they know nobody landed here. Nobody even went for the medallion. So they were able to make the push to try and land on second place, while at the same time, still being able to go back like nothing happened.
This is crazy because that means they're going to have access to both mythics. You saw the mythic shotgun in his inventory there. So that means he's going to be able to get the mythic burst as well. And that's just going to be a game changer for them. But okay, BF going to go ahead and try to get some shots onto Crispy. Nothing going to quite connect just yet. Oh, here comes the flare gun. A swing and a scan. That's what happens when you get one of those. But now the fight is being forced as one teammate is going to be able to slip away. Crispy's still alive. Wait, that's a whole nother player, whole nother team there in the distance, actually. So lots of players in the mix here for a fight, but we'll have to see who ends up falling.
Valk and Yaz trying to hold down this bunker. We're at that point in the game now where they start to open up. And Alex, Barnett, and Monk do not want to share this one, but Armored Walls come out to lock them into the vault itself. So they have a couple options here. Continue to just let them do their thing down below, or break through all of the armored walls and force a fight. But they're, more than anything, gonna have to invest a lot of time into that. Okay, BF finding the elimination on a Storm YT. They'll find 3. They're hunting a solo, trying to sniff them out. Players down below, Techno really has to make sure that they build and cover up the low HP, the big tags with the Monarch pistol, but it's traded in the other direction. Both teams finding knocks. Now both teams looking for reses. If Beemans can get this off before Techno's teammate, you could see it go the other way, as Beemans can immediately drop onto the knocked player, and they're not even going to trade, just rotating away, hoping for the reboot later on.
This is a good sign here for the team, as Beemans now gets back up and is healthy and alive, or gets his teammate back up healthy and alive. And this duo can put up some more points here on the board. For now, though, they need to focus on making sure they do not make any misplays. As confident as they were able to play that, all it takes is one for it to throw them off. But you gotta love it. It's the armored wall play in the vault. We've seen this not too long ago here on the biggest stage. Now it's happening here on VESL.
It's the bunker inside the bunker inside the bunker. But Monk and Alex Barnett are trying to bust it down, break down these armored walls, get themselves some sort of control here when it comes to this engagement. Alex is full committed. Even though they're outside of zone, they're not going to let this duo get away. As much as Valk and Yaz just want to play their own game, Alex says, you know what, this is my bunker. You're not going to take this loot. I'm going to make sure that we either take you down or you come down with us. As now both teams starting to get in a little bit of a bloom battle. Spraying shots back and forth, just trading where they can. As Valk and Yaz decided they had enough. Realizing that Alex and Monk are not going to let them get away, so they have to commit to this engagement. The sprays are there. Nothing's coming through. Valk and Yaz looking for a full commit, an opportunity, or at least one shot to give them the reasonable charge to push out of this box. But they're just in full control of this bunker. They're playing this well, showing them that they're not afraid to be aggressive. They just want to be left alone.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting. The angle that Monk had there, too, was a feisty one, and one that could have ended up catching him off guard, but I think they've realized, you know what, it's just not worth spending this much time in Storm. Let's just go ahead, rotate in, and fight for another day.
Monk and Alex, yeah, just full disengaging. Maybe not. I don't know. I don't think either duo really knows what's going on at this point. Zone's still so close that there's no reason to really leave just yet. It's more of a pride thing, I think, at this point for these duos. Yaz and Valk finally making their way out of this bunker. They're not even going to bother to take shots. They know All right, this duo, it's starting to get a little bit personal between the two of us, so let's not force them to turn back. Alex Barnett, though, still wanting to force them to take this fight. It's really starting to become a problem for both of them. But Olaf and VESL still in this game, switching up the drop spot again. They're able to connect and collect that medallion that they gave up with for the off-spawn fight. But they made it back now. Multiple mythics and inventories. They're geared up quite nicely. Valk, Yaz, finally seeming like they took that battle up against that duo in Alex Barnett. Not really winning in that exchange. Dropping HP across the board, so rotating to the right side, down the river. Just swimming in to make their own path. Probably the best call.
Definitely the best call here as we continue this fight on, as we switch over to Olaf and VESL. Again, a top 5 team here, playing out the way that they can. Big connection there is going to be huge for them. Can Olaf follow it up, though, as he looks for the player? He's just trying to get in the box. Big shot comes in, and that's going to be getting defeated.
Olaf finds one. They're looking to try and look for a full wipe. 250 aim. Saturn doing what they do best. Trying to stay consistent in the mid game, and they take those free eliminations any day of the week. Not 1, but 2 beams with the AR. No need for a shotgun. They'll rack up 6 points just like that. VESL and Olaf chasing down. Red Death, low HP. Don't need to connect on much. Maybe 1 or 2 shots, and there it is. VESL, that burst will give them 1 more elimination to make it 6.
Yeah, and that's going to be a great run here for VESL and Olaf. It makes me curious. Where are our #1 champion team? Is Void still alive?
Who knows? They're trying to play their own game. Just like this player who is currently taking some pressure on from Beemans. He's not going to let them get away. Stuck inside the building, though. Running out of space to run. Will have to take a fight at some point. Straight into the box. Not going to go their way. Gets a little bit too greedy. OKBF. Now having to clutch up. Wine. The alarm. Stuck inside the cone. Edits out. But given an opportunity to heal back up, the 1v2 would not be a good look now. OKBF having to clutch up. Holding onto the edits there. In a great job to create a space there to get some shots off without any repercussions. And the res. Clutch factor is there. They will continue on.
They will continue on, but will it be enough? That is the real question here, as they end up getting back into this, but not without taking a significant blow to the resources. And unfortunately, looks like they were able to get their material back up, but some ammo lost, and of course, not a significant upgrade to the weapons of choice.
Not at all. Beeman's finding that med kit and some splashes to heal up to a better HP point. But again, not what they once were. Outside of Mount Olympus, we'll see a very hilly zone. But OKBF and Beeman's racking up a substantial amount of eliminations for them this game. They find themselves at 6, more than we're used to seeing out of these two. They're spotting out more. They're trying to give themselves the best chance at picking up a victory royale, moving towards the mountain at Mount Olympus. Or maybe just the tree itself. I thought they were marking Mount Olympus, but it seems like the tree play might be the move for them. A little bit of a camouflage move to try and possibly open up a sneak attack on an unsuspecting duo.
Ooh, I like this play. I like it a lot here for them, but they're going to have to continue to fight this one out as Crispy and Storm doing what they can here. No eliminations on the board quite yet. Same thing for Alex Barnett and Monk. This is interesting. I'm not used to seeing them without eliminations.
And they're moving up into Old Loot here, where this fight that we just watched go down. We almost watched a 1v2 take place right in the roof of this building, but gonna try and post up here at the top. Void and Scissors again slowing down in these back half of games. It seems like after coming out crazy hot in the first 2 rounds of competition today, they decided to just kind of chill out a little bit, try and seal the deal on the tournament as they're building some flank bases, trying to make sure they establish their presence in this lobby. Void refarming after building up a nice little tower. And again, this duo, it's textbook Fortnite through and through for them, as more real estate will open up as the zone starts to pull, and they're not committed to anything. They're just trying to make sure they give themselves the best condition to win.
Yeah, and they need it. Remember, they had a rough game last time, so they want to make sure they have a big game here to solidify that lead going into the final game and pretty much solidify them as the champion. That's all they need. One big game, and they are the champs. But it's not solidified yet. This is the penultimate moment, right? This is the second to last game of the competition. So it all comes down to this.
A lot of work still to be done, especially by some of these teams trying to make their way up in the top 5. Olaf and VESL, the key example of this, tried to switch the drop spot to land on 250 aim, but they were able to spot them out and switch it up. But once again, they will go up against each other in the end game at least. This is where it really counts. All that prep work, does it pay off? Saturn and 250 aim split for the time being, as now Olaf and VESL starting to walk them down, pressuring them onto a mid-ground layer. Generally, you see 250 aim and Saturn up on the high ground at this zone. This time, though, VESL and Olaf pressuring them down low. Trash is good. Renz still down the cliff side, wanting to see if there's any openings, as Olaf and VESL chasing down the duo of 250 aim and Saturn, really not giving them any opportunity to breathe.
Yeah, and this is good here for VESL and Olaf. They wanted to take on this team early. They pushed them off their drop spot, and now they force them into another fight here in the 7th zone. But with other teams looming close, they need to be careful. That you see there, just in that moment, another team decided to take shots at them, having to stop and halt their progress towards 250 aim, and also allowing them to escape into the zone. So here we go. They're going to keep dropping, focusing on making their way forward here as Olaf and VESL look around. They know that this team was not too far away and that they made their way into zone. So now it's just a matter of if they can catch them. And with Saturn split away from 250 aim, this could be doom for the 2nd place team. We need to see how that fight continues, because that is such a huge moment there for the leaderboard. I'm not sure if we could go back to what we were watching, but Beeman's now fighting. There we go. VESL, here it is, taking on 2nd place. This is 3rd place versus 2nd place, folks. This is a massive fight here to finish it up. Saturn versus VESL. Not sure if they were able to find 250 aim. I know they had him separated as a solo, but wait. Breaking into the box. Nope, 250 aim is still alive here as the fight continues on. Big shot on the 250 aim, but VESL takes a lot of damage as well. VESL is down. VESL is down.
The third party plays spoiler to the entire engagement. Olaf and VESL bit off more than they could chew. This is a solid duo. You cannot just full chase them down and not expect to be punished. So now Olaf having to clutch up on their own. They'll have to make an effort in game number 6 on that leaderboard, unless Olaf can make a legendary clutch up. But again, Olaf has a lot of ground to cover with no reboot vans left in this zone, playing fully solo. And this is not the first time we've seen Olaf clutch up, though. So definitely a possibility to make strides on this leaderboard still. But with only 6 eliminations, a lot of work to be done. The Mythic AR, the Medallion, all stacked up to give Olaf the best chance at winning this game. But they're still powerhouse duos in the lobby.
This is insane. 3rd place lands on 2nd place. Then they find them later again in the game. They take the fight, and a third party takes one of the players out. And with this game being so crucial to everyone left involved, including Scissor and Void, it makes you wonder, will that play come back to haunt them?
Have to wait and see. The Scissor and Void, again, just staying consistent, taking the eliminations when they come to them, and focusing on the end game, already plotting out next rotates. Generally, we're used to seeing this duo slapping on every single wall. They want to make sure they pressure every player in the lobby. This time around, they're keeping to themselves, just pressuring the players who could threaten their rotations. And that right now being Olaf, who's on the back end of things, getting pressured by 250 aim, and Saturn, who now want to see some payback for them. Scissors and Void not even focused on it. The full tarp to the front side of zone. You have Zach and I Miss Ramadan established on the high ground, but they're on the back end of this zone. They won't be able to hold on to it, especially now that we see Scissors and Void building up on the front side.
Yeah, they're doing a good job here. Getting ready for the extended play here in this one. Remember, Ramadan and Zach both went down in 25th place last game, causing them to have a rough game. And now, oh no, as we say it, Zach taking a lot of damage, forced to jump in the box, and he finds Monk. He's going to get one. Can he get more? As Zach continues to push forward, his teammate and Ramadan still up in this one. So, we'll see. Can they do something? 250 aim goes down in the elimination feed. That's Scissor taking him down. And that means Void and Scissor are set up for success to win another game.
And they're really hammering it in now. They have so many materials, everything they could possibly need to close out this game. We talk about this team playing with a textbook mentality, and they're still sticking to it. Trash is good just below on a mid-ground layer. Zach and I Miss Ramadan also trying to play spoiler to this game. All of the top competitors have basically exited this lobby, so Scissors trying to see if they can secure another victory royale across these 12 games. I Miss Ramadan, Zach, really the only duo left in this competition that want to try and mix things up. They will stay on the low ground layer. They want to get towards the front side before they have to invest into using their own materials. The solo in 250 aim now finish on the backside of this zone. I Miss Ramadan building up the tarps, trying to expand and give their teammates some space before they heal back up and make it into the zone. But again, high ground, not faulting for a moment, layered so well that there's nothing you can do to break them down.
Good shots coming up from above as Scissor finds his way here back with his teammate, but this is not looking good. Lots of armored walls up above, lots of armored walls down below, and this means these two fights are going to have to happen head to head, despite Scissor and Void doing a good job of maintaining high ground. For now, it looks like it's going to have to be a fight face to face. So, Blowberry Fist comes out. I'm potentially looking to see them drop here, as they don't have a ton of material left to work with. There it is. Void ends up dropping, tries to take shots onto Zach, connects with Zach. Zach goes down, Ramadan goes down, and Void and Scissor claim another win.
There's nothing you can do to stop them. They know what they have to do. They made a game plan going into match number 5. They knew if they came out with a victory royale, there'd be no way that anyone could contest them for that top spot. They played so consistent throughout the mid game. They saved all of their utility, and they sealed the deal.
One game remains. It all comes down to this, folks, so do not go anywhere. Grab your popcorn, grab your drink, and lock in and get ready, because this is going to be an insane run for the finish line.
I want to finally get my game out there. I want to make it big. I want to post it on Steam and have everybody playing it, because I know what gamers would want from it. Instead of these giant corporations that think they know what gamers want, I am a gamer. I know exactly what they want. My name is Xavier Lewis. I've always loved games, and I've been playing them ever since I was a kid. So I submitted this essay on VESL about my passion. These guys hooked me up. I got pulled out of class. I have my own gaming PC, my whole setup right here for me. It's my first time having a decent gaming PC. I do have one at home, but it cannot run anything. So I've been struggling with that. I've been struggling with game development because of that. You know, you need performance and optimization. I've only been in VESL for this semester. I've just learned about it, and I'm finally getting acclimated to everything. I'm in a Discord, all the announcements, all the tournaments and games they got. They love my ideas, and they're willing to put forward with. They really go all the way with it.
Overall picture of where you want to go, you want to be the game developer.
I do.
In a perfect world, tell me what your company would look like.
Anybody can submit any ideas. It's full transparency. You tell us exactly what you want from the game, how you want to play. You're the one playing it. We're the ones making it for you. I really appreciate the opportunity.
Yeah,
I really do.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the North Carolina Varsity STEM State Championship! Let's go!
Manufacturing is one of those important pathways here at STEM, and we are going to get to see why it is such a unique and cool experience for the kids. These students have learned to utilize virtual wind tunnels to analyze how aerodynamics work with their cars and how they're redesigned for maximum performance in track. 3, 2, 1, launch! Oh man, they're racing. Let's go.
It's amazing. I spent so much time on this car learning about aerodynamics, and it's proving itself right now.
You just won your whole team gaming PC.
Farming, it's a major industry of North Carolina, and ag tech is the combination of agriculture and technology. All of these teams across North Carolina, they learned about the technology of precision farming to optimize the outputs of their soil.
Up later with maybe some forklifts. Oh, they get caught on the front nose. It's exactly what my grandpa always told me to not mess with on the field.
No.
Percy and Project Man will collide with one another.
But right now, Harnett is trying to bring it back in the foul falls. He misses out on a massive opportunity. It's all over!
Victory will go to the Lions out of Harnett County. Congratulations.
I think my key was just teamwork and just Kenneth and Bill, all of us three just working together.
They did the work consistent throughout their entire harvest. Shout out to these young gentlemen.
Teaching entrepreneurship equips our youth with versatile skills that drive innovation and success across all industries. Skills like business and project management, adaptability, strategic thinking, marketing, and networking have all been learned through our online curriculum and competitions. Teams have been competing throughout the regular season by managing a startup, adapting to market changes, and diversifying their portfolio before advertising their products in a simulated auction event, which they will be doing today. Students are presenting artwork that they created over the season, marketing it through the event, and auctioning it off to a live audience.
We decided to go on with a planet because we are here to show that with new technology, the sky is not our limit anymore.
It's coming down to the wire. It's about 2, 1, and there it is.
Game Dev 200.
This trance-like state occurs when the game's difficulty matches a player's skill. The flow state? Absolutely, yes, you totally got it right. 900 points. We are giving the win to Carver High School. They are getting the esports arena at their school.
Right there in the middle. Hey! Welcome to the Varsity and Esports STEM League, where high school students can compete in video games and STEM pathways, allowing them to win prizes and build life-changing opportunities. VESL helps guide students towards discovering their career pathways in and after high school by engaging them in fun, competitive competitions that build real-life skills such as problem solving, teamwork, and accountability. VESL began just 2 years ago with a handful of Charlotte-Mecklenburg schools. Now, VESL is supported by the entire state with over 200 schools and 3,000 active students. With no expensive requirements to participate, VESL makes itself the most accessible esports and STEM league in North Carolina. The league is even accessible to students who only have access to a phone through our Not Work platform. Students interested in esports will have the chance to compete against other schools across the state, showcasing their skills during a 7-week regular season leading into regional playoffs and a state championship. This fall season will offer Rocket League, Overwatch 2, College Football 25, and Super Smash Bros. In a season-long competition. Not interested in those game titles? Well, no worries. We have all sorts of exciting tournaments and casual game nights happening throughout the season as well, featuring over 30 game titles. Registration for the fall 2024 season is now open and will close on September 20th. Seeding for teams will also take place on September 23rd, and the regular season begins on September 30th. The season will end with the state championship taking place later in the fall. VESL will share more details soon as we get closer to the main event. On top of all that, we present the VESL Yearly Cup. With a focus on players' versatility and adaptability, VYC features 8 standout esports titles that form an integrated competition lasting the entire school year. This fall 2024 season's VYC features Apex, Valorant, Fall Guys, and Brawlhalla. Each game will impact the overall rankings with a cumulative scoring system determining the final top 3 performers at the end of the school year. We will also be holding several events prior to the official league season, including our Super Smash Bros. Draft Clash and Fortnite. Keep a lookout on socials for more details to come about VYC. VESL also offers a STEM league geared towards teaching students valuable skills and rewarding them for their achievements. STEM players compete during a regular season in various topics rotated through an 8-week schedule, giving students valuable exposure to STEM fields like engineering, agri-tech, game development, and more. Competitions are broken into bite-sized, self-paced challenges where students learn real-world skills and tackle challenges in a flexible time frame. All of this supported by online resources and guidance from our STEM coaches. Players earn rewards upon completing competitions, with each student participating individually and contributing to their school's overall performance. Teams compete against other high schools across North Carolina, with top-performing teams advancing through the season to an in-person championship where teams can earn some awesome prizes. The STEM season will begin on September 26th and run through November 21st. Registration is now accessible through our new learning social platform, Knotwork. Knotwork is an innovative platform that leverages technology to meet high school students where they are and takes them where they want to be. This includes an all-in-one location for leaderboards and stats throughout our competitive season, innovative ways to connect with STEM, and much, much more. Once students have grown in their network by interacting in the social experience, they can earn a chance to access a brand new experience coming soon to the Knotwork app. Representatives from VESL will connect with students and teachers to help with registration and answer questions about the season. We're excited about everything new and are thrilled to make this the best VESL season yet.
My name is Keon. My in-game name is MistyBot, and I play for Jack Brett High School.
My name is Israel. My in-game name is Cornbread, and I play for Jack Brett as well. I remember the day. It was New Year's Day 2015. My dad got me Smash 4 on the Wii U. And I thought just like the crossover of all these characters that I knew from different places, like interacting, existing in the same space, it was something very fascinating to me.
Big Belly, will it defend them? Get them to a game number 5. They have to get the set all the way the other way. Oh no! That's it!
I first heard about VESL from my good friend Kippo, and he told me about it, and I was like, that sounds cool. I don't really go to anything besides locals and Smash. Doing this in high school, pretty cool.
As for me, I heard about VESL because of Misty. He actually put me on, so shout out to him. But through VESL, I've definitely been able to show my stuff more. I'm really happy to have this opportunity to put my Smash addiction to good use. Just to see an entity like VESL interface with the high school ecosystem and have these tournaments that are just run so well, I'm ever grateful. Like, this is really cool.
He was trying to get the King rule out of the way. He keeps going with that lightning. 3 lightnings in a row. But this alligator, he's made of rubber.
To prepare for states and just competing in general, I've been playing the game a lot more than I usually do. I get some games in where I can, and I look at new tech because the meta's changed a lot.
Me and my friend, we're about to look at all the VODs to see and like prepare for each specific opponent, not just the character matchup.
I'll contrast for Misty and say I know zero zilch about any other players in the league, so I'm just gonna roll with the punches and dish them out where I can.
Mr. Ranger up in the 150s, 160. That's gonna be the second stock. And dude, the Cornbread game swinging.
A championship win for me served as some affirmation to my freshman self that while I definitely had a Smash problem, my time wasn't all wasted.
Championship win, how much I've improved as a player, being recognized your skill and how great you play.
There and avoiding getting hit as well, but nah, that's it. He's gonna be sent into the
prize money. Really, I would just save for college. Like, there's nothing really I want to buy or I need to buy.
I'll save most of the money. It'll help me out on a rainy day. As for short term though, there's a concert that I'm trying to go to in September, and prize money would be my ticket and then some.
I really do want to swim in college, and if I had the opportunity to play Smash on the side, I definitely will take it because I do love this game.
The school that I'm going to does have an esports club, and from what I've heard, a thriving Smash scene, so I'm looking forward to being a participant in that, not so much for the glory, but for the community, because that's just as much if not more important.
I am not excited to play Palisades. All the characters they play I struggle with against personally, but everyone else, except for a little gamer's brother who plays Bayonetta, I'm fine with playing against and very confident against.
I were to answer the question, who am I excited to fight? Someone who adapts, shows me new things that I didn't know about the game, makes me change my perspective on Smash in general, and I guess to sum it up in one word, I'm looking for a challenge.
Here we go. It's time for the final moments. The VESL Duo Cup ends now. one final game to close it all out and what has been a spectacular weekend of Fortnite action. Of course, Life with Panda and Ben K here to close out what has been just, again, a phenomenal weekend of games. I can't wait to see who's going to win. It is actually surprisingly a close bout for the finish line. And genuinely, I'm not sure who's going to walk away the champ.
No, we've seen so many different characters come and go throughout this entire event, right? The storyline, the plot, it's so thick, right? There's so many different players that we've watched have their highest of highs and the lowest of lows throughout this entire thing. Currently, 250 aim, obviously up in contention. We've seen some surprise contestations trying to mix things up and maybe make shifts, because not just the first place spot, everybody in the top 5 right now, or just on the edge of the top 5, trying to make moves up in that leaderboard. And there's a lot of different ways to do it. Obviously, landing on some of these players, though, it's a very direct approach.
I would love to see the Queasy Veno versus Cammy Steady finish, but hey, you don't have to wait any longer. We're live in the game, starting off with Olaf.
Game number 6 is underway as players hop off the battle bus. Everything comes down to this. All 11 games up until this point, 3 days of competition, so much hard work comes down to this. VaxForce and Olaf deciding to go back to what they know best. No longer the underworld, straight back to the raft.
Good start here for them, and they realized it didn't quite play out in their favor, so they're going to go ahead and head back to their home and native to finish this one strong, as the raft is their home. And surprisingly, okay, for a second I thought I saw another team coming this direction, but nope. Does appear that they are going to be uncontested as per usual, which, if you know anything about the raft, it has the most concentrated loot in one location, with more doom chests, medallion action, and more. This makes this by far the strongest drop on the map.
VaxForce will be quick to loot up before rotating out. But Alex Barnett and Monk consistently contested at Reckless Railways, have an off-spawn fight to make their way through with everything on the line. Bagwork Sam, caught with no mats and no hope, will be initially knocked, but with a teammate to back them up, you're going to be looking to try and clutch things. Alex Barnett will make their way over. Bagwork Loot working the other side of the POI, taking down Jerry Soul. Nick Soul now having to clutch up now, as the solo will be fully scanned now. Bagwork Luke fully aware of where this solo is lurking down below off the right-hand peak. Luke with the quick pre-fire and the finish. He's shaking his head. Please don't. They're going to keep him in the fight for the time being. Luke confirming. Now grabbing those extra mats. The solo wants to try and rotate away. Luke has a couple options here. Try and play safe to keep the duo off his back, or chase down the solo, but it seems like he's left with no option.
Yeah, it looks like he's going to have to take the fight that's in front of him, and here it is. Alex Barnett and Monk here, 2v1. Monk, though, interestingly enough, I don't see him close. I may be missing him here, but Alex might be taking this fight by himself, which is risky. Oh, as I say that, Monk appears and gets the full elimination, so that's going to be a nice little cleanup there for them. But we switch on over to watching the dance moves, and I got to respect it, man. Monk showing us exactly how to dance. Ben, why don't you get up and do that exact same dance that he just did?
Yeah, for everyone at home, I'm actually doing it right now. You actually just can't see it because we have the gameplay up. I'm sorry, guys. Nothing we can do about it. But Scissors and Void still over at Castle Doom, looting up the best they can, already taking down the boss. So they have the Mythics in hand. They can rotate out and play their life. At this point, if I'm them, I'm sitting on the edge of the map, and I am not going anywhere near these enemies, because realistically, we have a team with bag in their names, but they're going to have it in the bag if they can just stay alive into, realistically, the top 10, maybe even top 15. I mean, their lead is pretty extensive. But Trash is good. Big step of Rens. Now Olympus control. Looting up exactly where they can. This POI is very strong. Nick Soul, though, trying to clutch up, was able to slip away in heat of battle off spawn at Reckless Railways, but obviously chased down by Alex Barnett. But again, Mount Olympus, strong POI, plenty of brick, solid wood located around the POI, but metal is the serious problem here. With Big Step Arens and Trash is good. They won a solid game. They're going to have to spend a little bit more time being deliberate off spawn. VESL and Olaf, the quick rotation. They obviously didn't land at the Underworld this time, but they changed their rotation, going back to the raft, but this time looting up at the raft and then rotating towards the Underworld, seeing if they could run into their competitors in the mid game rather than just fighting them off spawn.
This is good looks here for VESL and Olaf here as they continue to want to take this fight. They said, you know what, we're third, they're second, we need to take them out. They need to go down early. And they keep going towards this area to get the fight, but unfortunate for them that they're just not going to be able to make it happen. But we do see Ramadan playing Captain America himself, throwing the shield there towards the wall, trying to clear open a new slot. This is one of those interesting finds. I remember when you and I found this in the beginning of the chapter. It really is like an actual solid spot here, hidden in the mountains. If you get a chance, go explore and go find it for yourself. It is a gold mine as well when it comes to loot.
Yeah, there's a couple of sneaky little shacks located around the drop as well. Find some solid barrels, get those shields up to where they need to be. But I miss Ramadan Zach FN, just kind of realizing this is not going to be worth our time. Zone pulls away. And obviously, we'll get a better look at this next zone. Doesn't pull too far. So maybe rather than just trying to take a direct approach to fighting this team, they can try and hold them out of this zone. But Zach FN and I miss Ramadan. Gonna play the long game here. Saturn finding elimination onto Dotting in the feed there. You can see and the confirm. Zach FN, really not a lot of loot along this duo. They were trying to force the fight early on here when they really didn't have much to work with. So they're kind of paying the price now. They're gonna have to scramble to find some scraps. Shouldn't be a problem for them. Not really any duos close by, and they're quick to check their surroundings. You can see I miss Ramadan pausing for a moment. Trying to make sure everything is up to par. Naples, mailbox. Again, outside the drone factory. A lot of duos over here this side of the map, though.
A lot of duos indeed. Some of the action that could be taking place here soon could include some of our more aggressive teams. So I'd love to see who's in the area. But we do have that. Oh, you see it. Players going for the forecast tower now. I'm curious if that's going to end up leading to a fight with so many players in the vicinity.
They're just kind of coning up right now. They've got a little bit of a maze. So many different places to hide. It's kind of like a big game of peekaboo. Which cone are they hiding in? Really have no idea. VESL and Olaf, however, have really done almost a full circle of the map. Now worked their way over from the raft to the underworld. Now all the way down to Mount Olympus. Covering a lot of ground in this game. Not holding on to the Flowberry Fizz by any means. Just going popping it and trying to fight some of these teams on edge zone. The full box, though, for Trash is good. On I miss Ramadan trying to use that Captain America shield to block a couple shots. And the third party is there to try and back them up. But the knock is there. And the confirm, the teammate of I miss Ramadan, Zach FN, still causing problems for this duo. But again, they knew they would bite back. The third party's there. Utopia just below. You're gonna have El Hound trying to get involved. They want a piece of it. Gonna move back up towards the high ground here as Rans and Trash is good. Trying to evaluate this situation. Decide if it's worth the fight. This duo in El Hound and Utopia have been very passive throughout the competition. So to see them taking a fight this early on, maybe a last-ditch effort to try and push themselves into the top 5.
This is when you use the shield, in my opinion. Remember, if you actually throw it, it comes back to you, right? So there's an angle here where he could throw the shield, drop down, and it'd fly right back at him. So definitely an interesting opportunity there. But VESL and Olaf seems to find this team as well. Remember, Trash is good, and his teammate in Big Step Up both are within contention in the top 10. So definitely could be a leaderboard defining fight here in this moment. It really just depends on who they find. Remember, they do have, wow, that was a laser. They do have the medallion, so they are going to be able to scan and tell where these teams are at. With the zone closing in, they're just going to continue to pressure them and keep them in Storm longer and longer. But with them getting the knock but continuing to take this fight here, they're probably going to end up losing on those elimination points because that other teammate could potentially get them back into the game while all is said and done.
I mean, they noticed they got one knock, right? But they knew they were North players. They didn't know how many, though. So there was the strategy, right? Drop the medallion to your teammate. You get that extra scan, and then immediately know where these players are. They would have realized, okay, we got one knock. There's just a duo here. I mean, why not? They're trying to run away. They're obviously scared of us, so let's show them what we got. VESL Force trying to chase them down here. This is a solid fight to take all along the edge side of the zone. Big step of Ren's starting to realize, running out of options, low materials maybe. So Olaf has to take this 1v1. VESL Force there to back up the teammate. Again, off the high ground.
Oh, and the full elimination comes through there for VESL Force. So despite him taking the fight, he doesn't actually lose out on that one too. So there's one though. Looks like the teammate was able to completely slip away. Trash is good. Is still going to be able to fight it out here in the final game.
You're straight into the cave, it looks like, rather than trying to fight for it. It's going to go high in the cave. And I was going to say, Vicious going for a reboot, but more of a camouflage play. Hiding atop the reboot van. It's a choice. It's definitely a choice.
That it is.
Olaf and VESL Force still trying to hunt down either solo from the teams that they were able to take out earlier on. You can see the scan, though. They were able to actually scan the player all the way down in the cave. Not really left to any options, and Trash is good. Running into zone and getting taken out by the storm. Not left with any real momentum there. Just pushed in maybe to collect the reboot card and not having any whites. Just ended up being eliminated. Nothing you can do there. Zach FN, however, able to collect the reboot card and then dash away. That entire north mountain range kind of littered with launch pads. So easy to go from corner to corner. Zach FN now all the way over to Grand Glacier. Looking for scraps, anything extra they can get their hands on to play out the rest of this game. I say they might have the reboot card, but there is a reboot van here, and Zach does not seem to be concerned with this. And oh no, Mints, hold on just a minute.
This is a strat.
I'm loving it.
I think he wins.
If they can find some extra balloons, it could be possible, but doesn't have enough to stay up in the air.
Yeah, because you remember, you can't stay up in the air infinitely, right? With the balloons, they'll start to pop and you'll start to go down. And so you have to be cautious of that. However, that's still a pretty solid play. I'm actually pretty impressed from the decision making there to go all out in the final game. Try to go for the win. Remember, the $100 bonus per win is still up in effect, and any team can claim it.
It's worth playing out and locking in for every single game in this tournament. That's why there's a $100 bonus. You want to hunt it down. You don't just want to risk everything for an elimination. There's more on the line than just top 5. Every single game has a reward. And Zach FN's going to try and make something happen. Looking down towards this drop. Doesn't spot out a single player yet. There is one hiding inside. Utopia lurking inside of the roof. Saw him pull out the flare gun for just a moment, maybe considering scanning things to try and check it out, but at the same time, you do reveal your own location in doing so. Crispy, Storm, the Nitro drone presence. It'll sit on top, just wait. Close rotations towards zone, and again, that Monarch pistol pick players apart from a long ways away, so just trying to scout out before they make their own rotation, because they can just kind of sit behind natural cover here.
Good play coming out from Storm and Crispy. They know there's a team there close, so they might try to force it. We'll see. Demsdog officially down and out of this one as Monk tries to find his teammate. Lots of action going on here in the distance, though. Alex Barnett, Ayaz, both effectively playing there from a different side. So lots of action still to unfold in this one, folks, as 25 players remain. And Alex, there he is, connecting with Monk. So these two going to rotate forward together as they try to finish this one strong.
Fourth zone now. Monk and Alex Barnett have a little bit of a rotate ahead of them. One POI with one duo located within restored reels. So space to try and find their own path in this lobby. Olaf and VESL Force again trying to chase down some of these players and get some eliminations to close that gap. They see Valk and Yaz just over the hill, trying to figure out what directions they're going. They move their way through the graveyard and the clock tower. Grab some extra loot. Still chasing them down. Zach FN a solo in the distance. Yaz taking shots from Olaf. Full aggression. Not going to turn off the switch by any means. Want to stay consistent here. Epic Games, 38-97. Trying to play out, spotting the player atop the reboot, man. Vicious, the camouflage play, not going to work out this time, but the big shots ring out. Connects on them and keeps them in the fight. I respect it. The solo plays Vicious. Still wants to stay consistent with the camouflage play. Right up back on top of the reboot van. Honestly, the outfit matches. Why not go for it?
I respect it. I respect the play. That's the way to do it. Oh, man, looking in the feed, though, you see 250 aim ends up claiming Storm there. Storm's going to be down and out of this one as Beemans and his teammate in OKK BF are going to go head-to-head against VASForce and Olaf. And here's the fight. Lots of action going on both sides. Lots of top teams fighting as Void and his teammate are also fighting as well.
Just on the other side of Reckless Railways, a little bit of comparison here. Two top competitors take their own fights. VASForce and Olaf trying to clean up. Have one solo left of this duo. Boxed up in metal. A lot of time left here to try and piece them up. Want to play it safe, though. Don't want to be caught out here because rebooting at this point in the lobby is going to be a little bit scary. Players in, though. Both attacking from either side, and Beemans will fall. Elimination found for Vaz and Olaf. Zach FN finally finding the time to reboot. Worked incredibly hard to make it to this point, playing solo. We'll get I Miss Ramadan back into the mix.
This is good. Remember, they needed a good run here in the final moments to claim one of the top 3 to 5 spots. So there's still some chance left in it for them as they can continue to play this one out. With one elimination, though, so far, only 17 players remaining. Not a lot of elimination points themselves left to take. However, Olaf and VASForce continue to fly around, trying to find what they can in points here in this one. Do we know? We saw Void, obviously, with his teammate. Do we know how many eliminations they have? I'm interested to see what's going on with that duo because, remember, Void and his duo realistically had the first place spot in the bag, but could have ended up losing it with one bad game.
Honestly, I don't know. Not sure what the stats work out to be, but I know it's close.
Switching on over to Zach.
Oh, no. Zach was beelining it for the bunker. Obviously, wasn't able to find anything. Or, sorry, Ramadan was beelining for the bunker, finding some bandages. Zach trying to be there in turn. Wasn't able to keep up, though. Forced to take a 1v1 now against Valk. A nice little angle there, but it's off the left-hand peak, so really not the fight you want to be taking. The clutch armored wall again. I Miss Ramadan trying to bail it out here. Full boxing yourself is a choice. You don't have a lot of bandages, though, and you still have a long rotate to go. You need to find this elimination. Zach now eliminated. Completely confirmed. VASForce the one to do so, so almost glad that I Miss Ramadan is nowhere near that duo. It's starting to tick for 2, though. Really left with no option. You have to take the fight, and that will be the end for I Miss Ramadan. Back to the lobby. That's the end of the tournament.
That's rough. That's a rough finish there for them, but it's going fast. The teams are hunting as now that team is going to be out. That's going to be Vicious's team as well. Wait, there it is. Scissor and Void still up and alive in this one as they're going up against Wind Alarm in Charged Flame.
They're going to take a Bloom battle here. Popping their own Flowberry Fizz, but the shots are bleeding through. You can't hold onto the wall for that long with 2 players spraying. They did return. They traded back. Alex Barnett finds one. Void, though, straight into the fight. Scissor wants a piece of it. They left the Reddits open, and they will be punished for it. Both players fall just like that. Not even 10-second long engagement to find those 2 eliminations. Immediately, Monk realizing what team is pushing over and pressing into their fight. So decides to run away as fast as possible. Void and Scissors will find their 3rd elimination. The third party is there to slow their momentum, but again, 250 aim will clap back onto Alex Barnett, finding elimination of their own in the feed. Sinister Void going straight up to the high ground to find a position.
Here it is, folks. Void and Scissor. You're going to go ahead and focus high ground here early, which is a choice. I don't know if it's the best choice, but it's definitely a choice nonetheless, as 250 aim and Saturn are still alive in this one, and they're going to be able to pick up 2 there. They've got, I believe, the most eliminations in the lobby as of right now. So that's a really good sign for them as Yaz ends up going down to taking some shots there into the bush. Swinging a miss, though, because there's no players in that vicinity. Wait, is there a player
in the bush
underneath or close to them?
You got Saturn close, a teammate.
Oh, it looked like for a second. Yes. Oh,
Utopia in the bush just on the island.
That's okay. That's what it was. It looked like there were other players closer, but now teams are all going to be collapsing on one another. Vast Force right there up against Void and Scissor. Scissor has no shield on them, so that's going to be a significant disadvantage. As I say that, though, they find the shields galore. There were shield fish in there and a half pot, so lots to work with as they end up finding that. But this game is not quite over yet, folks, as so many opportunities for our top teams to claim the final points is still in the board.
I think Scissor and Void have kind of adopted the mentality of they want to come out with the victory royale to end the day. They're playing center zone, they're playing for high ground, and they're making sure to refarm or recycle old loot. So they're playing exactly the way you should be if you want to go for a victory royale. AIM and Saturn, though, want to finish the game strong, and oh no, there's no way. Nobody's looking up the sky base from Mailbox.
Wow.
And it's working. Nobody's looking up. Everyone's way too focused with the opposing bases to even turn their heads to the sky.
Yeah, this is going to be crazy. Can we see them end up coming back with a sky-based play? That would be sick. I can't lie. That would be a great finish to the day. We love the quirky, fun endings to these incredible tournaments. Oh, no. Valk is going to go out. Olaf's going to be able to clean that up. That's some significant points there for them. And here we go. Vast Force, Olaf doing a phenomenal job to play this one out. They've got a lot of opportunity yet to play. So much for this game, though, as Void is also doing well. He's got the high ground spot, and there it is.
There's no way.
On height, maximum height, we have the Skybasers.
Naples, Mailbox, nobody's looking up, and they're fully extended over this zone. Not even a worry. Everyone down below is continuing to play out their game. At what point do you start to look at the lobby count and wonder where the rest of these players are? And maybe consider they're up in the sky. Void and Scissor still trying to play for the win here. Not even covering their tops, so they're not aware of it. They're going to continue to play their life. They're holding an early high ground, though. Tarping out over this entire lobby with a large amount of metal builds. Olaf still trying to play out. It's going to be a straight 4 duos in this end game. As the lobby count might be low, but we're starting to get in those later zones, and moving zones are fastly approaching.
And here it is, the big finish we've all been waiting for. 4 teams remain here in the final moments, and it's going to be Void and Scissor onto the high ground yet again. You listen, this would be the beautiful finish to their dominant run. Can they claim one final win of the day? 250 AIM, though, doing what he can to try and stay in this one, as Saturn also alongside applying pressure to Vast Force and Olaf. What has been 2 teams who have been going back and forth have still done what they can to survive and stay alive, but 250 AIM set up for success. He's finding shots, but nothing that's truly connecting. Can he finish this one strong?
Saturn and 250 AIM have a lot to hold on to here with Olaf still in the lobby. That second place spot is still very much up for grabs. We do have the hype team tarping over towards the front side of zone. They really aren't worried about trying to break them out here. They just want to play their own life. Scissors and Void holding on, though, doing a lot of damage. 250 AIM and Saturn are now down to low HP, having to pop the med kit. They're doing what they can. 250 AIM, though, again, using these armored walls to try and keep the players' eyes from focusing on them, but Scissors looks up. There's the sky base. There's the breakout. And the beams out of the sky. Naples will fall. Then again, Scissors, that team, Mailbox, trying to clutch up, but it's not going to work out.
And there it is, what is going to be a photo finish here for the top competing teams. 3 left in the lobby. It's 250 aim. It's Scissor. These players have gone back and forth, exchanging words, exchanging progress. But no, they have to fight it out. They've been broken out. This is huge. Scissor goes down. Void now left as a solo player to clutch it up.
And Void has to really put in the work here as a solo, with Saturn and 250 aim still in the lobby, but they don't have any mats. Void's contesting high ground as a solo. Olaf also goes down, so 2 solos. Vax Force still trying to make the work happen. Saturn and 250 aim with no materials left, but the only duo left in this lobby are trying to work something out on the low ground. Void's looking for the mantle play. Mats are dwindling at this point in the lobby. 250 aim now looking back zone, trying to chop out the entire thing. Void diving onto the head, then gets eliminated. 250 aim in the 1v1 scenario for the Game 12 Victory Royale with 11 eliminations. This duo will lock in a high spot on the leaderboard.
And there it is, folks. We have the final game done for the day. It is all over here at the VESL Duo Cup. I'm joined by special guest Milo here to finish out our final thoughts. But Ben, what'd you think, man? This was an insane finish, and congratulations to 250 aim for claiming the win.
I don't think we could have asked for a better top 3 finish. We realistically saw our top 3 teams all in the final moments, so it really could go any direction, I think. First place, I think we might have a good idea of where things end up, but as far as second and third, I still think it's up for grabs.
You know, you are absolutely right, and we will have that leaderboard for you momentarily, so do not go anywhere. We're going to be right back from a quick break. The moment is here. The VESL Duo Cup featuring Fortnite has completed, and we have our top 10 ready to go to break it down for all of you at home. In first place, of course, we have the incredible Scissor and Void, finishing with 1,114 points and a total of 137 eliminations. Insane finishes here for them. But a big shout out to, of course, Saturn and 250 Aim in second, Olaf and Vasforce in third, Cold Zach in fourth, and of course, Trash is Good and Renz in fifth. Now, Ben, shout out 6th through 10th.
Yeah, 6th through 10th, of course. We have Lazy and Monk on YouTube. We have Volk and Just XN. We have Sinks and Sam Guns. We have Lovesh, Beanans, Kiz Lock, and Marvel's J.
This is just an incredible finish here for the top 10. Congratulations to all of them for participating. Congratulations to all the players for being a part. And remember, there was also win bonuses given out across the board. So congratulations to them as well for walking away with those 6 wins on the day. But that's not all for us, folks. Remember, we got the VESL Yearly Cup coming up. We have a TFT event coming up. We have an Apex event coming up. So you need to get involved. Make sure to register myvessel.org, get involved, or the notwork.org/register. Both locations will take you where you need to go and get you signed up for all the incredible offerings here at VESL. But until next time, make sure to go follow us on all socials. It's VESLGG across the board, or VESL.gg. And of course, go check out my co-caster, BenK_live on all socials. Phenomenal casting partner here for the weekend. Flew all the way out from Texas to North Carolina to make this happen. So shout out to my boy. Let's go. And until next time, don't forget to dance out those kills and boast in those victory royales.